Chapter 980. The Human Slaying Array. Although Yi Xian had set up this trap for the man in white, he was not confident that he would be able to succeed. This was because the man in white was too powerful. Even if he gave it his all, along with Little Fan, the female teacher, and Zhang Wenxiu, he was not confident. The only thing that could kill the man in white was the human slaying array left behind by the prophet. Although that array was a trump card left behind by the Worldwide Academy, Yi Xian felt that he could use it now. If he did not use it, what was the point of the array? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the female teacher did not hesitate. She immediately said, "Sacrifice the array." Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly shot up into the sky from the Worldwide Academy. At that moment, Little Fan suddenly appeared in front of the man in white. She did not make a move. She just looked at the man in white. However, if the man in white moved, she would attack. Her mission was to stop the man in white. Although she could not kill the man in white, she could still make him stay. In the sky above the Worldwide Academy, an illusory blade suddenly condensed. After this blade appeared, the heavens and earth became very calm. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy. However, the man in white's expression suddenly became solemn. As expected of the most outstanding person of this era. This blade has actually reached such a level. Yi Xian looked at the man in white. His right hand gripped the executing heaven sword tightly. He looked up at the illusory blade. The blade was becoming more and more solid. It just floated in the sky above the Worldwide Academy without any energy fluctuations. However, this was the most terrifying thing about it. Would this white-robed man be able to block this saber? At that moment, the female teacher suddenly said, "Kill." As soon as she finished speaking, the illusory blade suddenly trembled violently. Then, it directly turned into a blade light and slashed towards the man in white. The blade flew across the sky without a sound. In the distance, the man in white suddenly shook his head and laughed. If the original body used this blade, I might not be able to withstand it. However, you want to kill me with just an array? You're too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm and said softly, "The world in the palm." Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly shook violently at this moment, as if something in the surroundings was flowing away. At this moment, the voice of the 9th floor rang in Yi Xian's mind. Heaven and earth in a palm. This guy is interesting. This move of his is similar to my heaven and earth transformation. However, it's even more powerful than my previous move. He's using his palm to gather the energy of heaven and earth. He's using this world to block his blade. Interesting. In the distance, the white-clothed man stretched out his palm and directly used his palm to block the saber. The blade arrived. Boom! The space within a circumference of several tens of thousands of meters was reduced to dust at this moment, and the white-clothed man instantly retreated several tens of thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, his body turned illusory and vanished. His physical body had disappeared, but his soul had not. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He still couldn't kill the other party. The teacher and Zhang Wenxiu's faces darkened as well. They didn't expect the great formation left behind by the prophet to not be able to kill the other party. At this moment, the 9th floor said, "It's normal." If the prophet himself had used this blade, this guy's soul would have been destroyed. However, it's only a great formation left behind, and it's very difficult to kill this guy. I guess the prophet didn't expect a powerhouse of this level to appear in this era. Otherwise, he would have used a few more blades. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then let me deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed the white-clothed man's soul through the air. Boom! A powerful wave of soul energy swept towards the white-clothed man. However, this soul energy, as soon as it reached the white-clothed man, it disappeared without a trace. The white-clothed man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Your divine sword is the bane of souls. Unfortunately, my soul is immortal, and it's not something that your sword can deal with. At this moment, Xiaofan suddenly attacked with her sword. Slash! The sword pierced through the air and headed straight for the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man slowly closed his eyes. Nirvana of heaven and earth. Boom! A powerful force suddenly swept out from his body. The expressions of Yi Xian and the other two changed drastically when they sensed this force. If they allowed this force to explode, everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles would probably be reduced to ashes. At this moment, Xiaofan suddenly held her sword horizontally in front of her. Boom! The white-clothed man's force was directly forced to a halt. At this time, the white-clothed man suddenly roared. Break! Just as his voice fell. Boom! That powerful force directly forced Xiaofan back. At this time, the white-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian roared, Imprison! Boom! A blood-red light beam directly locked onto the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Boom! That blood-red light beam instantly exploded. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. The white-clothed man blasted out a punch. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. Before he could stop, that white-clothed man once again appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's reaction was extremely fast. The soul-suppressing sword in his hand fiercely stabbed forward. Soul fixation sword. A sword that specifically targeted the soul. When this sword stabbed out, the white-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not dare to take this sword head-on. He immediately dodged hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, Xiaofan, who was next to him, suddenly stabbed his own throat. Swish! The white-clothed man's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. His throat directly split open. Soul split open. The white-clothed man clenched his fists. A mysterious force enveloped him. He turned his head and coldly looked at the heavenly meridian being. What a heavenly meridian being! Just as Yi Xian was about to attack again, at this time, the white-clothed man suddenly said, Yi Xian, do you really think that I didn't have a backup plan? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, his expression changed. Fu Wenzong. The white-clothed man laughed. The current Fu Wenzong doesn't seem to have anyone who can resist Yuan Tian and the rest, right? Yi Xian grinned. Is that so? The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in the direction of Fu Wenzong. In his eyes, he saw a strange beast. A violent ape. And at this moment, this violent ape was chasing Chengdugu and the rest. The white-clothed man retracted his gaze and chuckled. What a great Yi Xian! You've calculated everything. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. You seem to have missed out on one thing. Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man and did not speak. At this moment, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Jiu Lu suddenly sighed. You've underestimated his strength. As soon as Jiu Lu's voice fell, the white-clothed man said, You've underestimated my strength. Even if it's just my soul, it's not something that you can fight against. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! An invisible force instantly enveloped Yi Xian and the others. Xiaofan was about to attack when the white-clothed man suddenly looked at her. He suddenly clenched his right hand tightly and smashed it toward Xiaofan. Era Divine Fist. This punch seemed to contain boundless profundities, and the formidable force contained within it was vast like the starry sky. There was finally a trace of fluctuation in Xiaofan's eyes. She took a step forward, and then she suddenly swung her sword with both hands. Slash! At this moment, the rusty iron sword in her hand suddenly trembled violently, and then a sword howl shot into the sky and tore it apart. Bang! As soon as the two forces collided, they erupted, and the space in the surroundings started to seethe like boiling water. After that, space started to be obliterated inch by inch and transformed into nothingness. On the other hand, Xiaofan was blasted backward by the force of the collision. The white-clothed man did not chase after Xiaofan. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian and made a grabbing motion towards Yi Xian with his right hand. With this grab, a powerful force directly enveloped Yi Xian, and the space where Yi Xian was instantly distorted into a net. Yi Xian suddenly slashed forward with his sword. It was not the executing heaven sword, but the black sword. This sword was very effective against this kind of divine ability that contained the power of space. However, when his sword fell, it seemed to be entangled by something and could not move at all. The white-clothed man looked at Yi Xian, and killing intent surged in his eyes. However, in the end, he did not dare to kill him. He was still very afraid of the woman in the plain dress who had once almost destroyed the fifth dimension. At this moment, when he saw that an endless amount of deathly aura had suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body, the white-clothed man suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Xian. Then, he pointed with his finger, and a blood-colored mark was directly imprinted between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the deathly aura in Yi Xian's body became silent. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also unable to mobilize any power at this moment. Yi Xian's expression turned sinister, and he roared crazily. The deathly aura in his body instantly started to circulate. Bang! A monstrous deathly aura swept out from Yi Xian's body. Undying body. At this critical moment, he still activated his undying body, and the blood-colored mark between his eyebrows instantly collapsed. Yi Xian's sword stabbed toward the white-clothed man in front of him. However, this sword stabbed empty air, because the white-clothed man had already retreated hundreds of feet away. The white-clothed man stared at Yi Xian. What a good death scripture. No wonder it was once the most monstrous existence besides the eccentric. At this moment, Little Fan, who had been pushed back previously, appeared beside Yi Xian. Little Fan stared at the white-clothed man, and the sword in her hand trembled. Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man, and just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed man suddenly said, "It's about time." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a black light array suddenly appeared beneath Yi Xian and Little Fan's feet. Yi Xian's expression changed. Just as he was about to attack, the light array suddenly shook violently. Then, within the light array, Yi Xian and Little Fan were engulfed by a ray of white light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. They had been forcefully teleported away. At the side, Zhang Wenxiu was about to attack, but was stopped by the teacher. "You're no match for him." The white-clothed man glanced at the two women and then turned to leave. The female teacher suddenly said, "Who are you?" The white-clothed man stopped in his tracks. "I didn't kill the two of you because of the prophet. Although my beliefs differ from his, I admire his character and his actions. He deserves my respect." The female teacher narrowed her eyes. "You've met the teacher?" The white-clothed man nodded. "Yes." The female teacher said in a low voice, "Who are you?" The white-clothed man said, "That's not important." Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said, "Where did you send them?" The white-clothed man smiled. "I want to see if he's as heaven-defying as he was in the land of immortality this time." Zhang Wenxiu stared at the white-clothed man. "You want to kill him with a borrowed knife?" The white-clothed man nodded. "Yes." Zhang Wenxiu said, "Why not kill him yourself?" If you and the person behind you attack together, I believe that you have a good chance of killing him and the little girl, don't you? The white-clothed man looked in a certain direction, and without a word, turned to leave. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 981. After the white-robed man left, the female teacher suddenly said, "He must be afraid of the plain-dressed woman." Afraid of the plain-dressed woman? Zhang Wenxiu turned to look at the teacher. Afraid? Then why did he attack him? The female teacher said softly, "He probably had no choice. In my opinion, he doesn't need that study room." Zhang Wenxiu narrowed his eyes. You mean he has other plans? The female teacher shook her head. I don't know. My intuition tells me that he doesn't need that study house. Zhang Wenxiu said in a low voice, "Where did they go?" The female teacher was expressionless. He wants to kill them with a borrowed knife. In the fifth dimension, there are only two places that can kill them. Zhang Wenxiu said, "Those two forbidden areas." The female teacher nodded. Yes. As he said this, he looked into the distance and said softly, "It seems that he wants to use those two forbidden areas to fight against the plain-dressed woman." Zhang Wenxiu was silent for a moment before saying, "Ever since that guy appeared with the prison pagoda, the fifth dimension has become different." The female teacher nodded. The fifth dimension was truly a place where demons and gods danced. These people and beasts from the previous era appeared one after another. The waters of the fifth dimension were very, very deep. There was a trace of worry in the female teacher's eyes. This was because her intuition told her that something bad was about to happen. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said, "You don't seem to be worried about him." By him, he was naturally referring to Yi Xian. The female teacher smiled. What's there to worry about? What's there to worry about? Zhang Wenxiu looked at the female teacher. The female teacher asked, "You seem to be worried about him." Zhang Wenxiu asked, "Is there a problem?" The female teacher shook her head. "No problem. You don't have to worry too much. Thick-skinned people won't die so easily. You and I should advance to the rebirth state. Otherwise, we can only watch from the side when we fight." As she said this, she turned and left. Zhang Wenxiu looked into the distance. She was silent, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. The other side. The white-robed man stood on top of the clouds. He sat cross-legged on the clouds and his body began to recover bit by bit. At this time, Yuan Tian suddenly appeared in front of the white-clothed man. Yuan Tian said solemnly, "Your Excellency, now is the best time for us to destroy the worldwide academy and Fu Wenzong." The man in white opened his eyes. What's the point of destroying a Fu Wenzong and a worldwide academy? Can you get the library? Can you solve the real problem? Yuan Tian frowned. Are we just going to let them go? The man in white looked at Yuan Tian, "Looks like you haven't figured out your position." As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to attack, he was shocked to find that he couldn't. That was because both of his hands had been chopped off. Seeing this scene, Invincible sect leader Chen Dugu's expression changed. Because the person who attacked him had already disappeared, and he couldn't sense him at all. Who was this white-clothed man in front of him? Chen Dugu was also very curious. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Among the people he knew, only the ninth god could defeat him. The man in white looked at Yuan Tian. "I saved your devouring spirit clan that day. You should be grateful." If he hadn't informed the devouring spirit clan to retreat, with the current strength of Yi Xian and the heavenly pulse expert, they could have destroyed the entire devouring spirit clan. Yuan Tian glanced at the man in white and said, "Please forgive me if I offended you just now." The man in white smiled. "Don't be unconvinced, and don't be resentful. Because your devouring spirit clan is not qualified, understand? Yuan Tian nodded slightly. I understand. The man in white turned his head and looked into the distance. He whispered, as the clan leader, you have to look further. Sect leader Chen has done a good job in this regard. Chen Dugu said, Your Excellency, why did Yi Xian have so many fortuitous encounters in the immortal land? The man in white said softly, This is also what I am curious about. She should know about the strange beast scripture, but she didn't tell me. And now, it is not appropriate for me to be enemies with her. If that woman completely recovers, she will also be very powerful. Chen Dugu said, Your Excellency sent Yi Xian to one of the other two forbidden areas? The man in white nodded. Yes. Chen Dugu said in a deep voice, Your Excellency wants to kill with a borrowed knife and let the forbidden area fight against the plain-dressed woman. But aren't you afraid that Yi Xian will have another fortuitous encounter? The man in white said softly, I really don't believe that a person's luck can be so heaven-defying. Chen Dugu hesitated for a moment, then said, Others might not, but this Yi Xian might. This guy. The man in white smiled. If he is still so lucky, I will admit defeat. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Chen Dugu suddenly said, Your Excellency, are you also not sure that you can defeat the plain-dressed woman? The plain-dressed woman. The man in white opened his eyes, looked down, and spoke softly, At most, it's a 3 to 7 chance. I'll take 30, and she'll take 70. Chen Dugu and Chen Dugu's faces fell when they heard this. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes slowly. When he opened his eyes, he sat up abruptly and glanced around. Where am I? It was nighttime, and there was a ghastly ancient city not too far away from him. The city was huge, and it seemed as if there was no end to it. The boundless underground city. Yi Xian's face fell. The man in white had teleported him and Xiaofan to the boundless underground city. Xiaofan. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and his face instantly turned ghastly pale. Xiaofan isn't here. Where did she go? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Senior? The man in white replied, In the city. Yi Xian immediately walked into the city. Meanwhile, the man in white spoke abruptly, This place isn't simple. Be careful. Yi Xian asked, Can you sense any danger? The man in white replied, I can't. Yi Xian's face fell, You're trying to trick me again. The man in white had said the same thing in the land of eternal life. However, Yi Xian knew that this fellow had been concealing his strength. The man in white remained silent for a moment before he spoke, Kid, you have to face difficulties and tribulations on your own. You don't lack helpers, you lack growth. To be honest, you're quite weak right now. You're the disciple of the plain-dressed woman, but I think it's best if you don't tell others that you're her disciple. It'll be too embarrassing for her. Yi Xian's face darkened. The man in white continued, Also, don't worry too much about that little girl because she's much stronger than you. She won't die even if you die. So, you should worry more about yourself. Yi Xian walked to the city gate and spoke softly, Senior, do you think I'll still be lucky? The man in white replied, If you can still benefit from anyone you meet like you did in the land of eternal life, then I won't live anymore. Really, living like this is too boring. Yi Xian spoke softly, Senior, I think it's boring as well. It's better to have some difficulty. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. The man in white roared furiously, Get lost. Get the fuck out of my sight. Yi Xian roared with laughter as he walked into the city. As soon as he entered, Yi Xian sensed a ghastly aura. The city was huge, but it was also very empty because he couldn't sense any living aura. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian circulated the spatial Dao law. However, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't utilize it at all. What's going on? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly circulated the profound energy within him. However, he actually couldn't utilize it at all. Moreover, he couldn't even utilize his sword intent. He'd become an ordinary person. Yi Xian panicked a little at this moment. Meanwhile, the man in white spoke abruptly. That man in white probably used some sort of forbidden technique on you. Right, that red mark. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, didn't I shatter it? The man in white replied, you did, but that mysterious force has probably entered your body and sealed your cultivation and profound energy. Congratulations, you're an ordinary person now. Of course, your body is still fine. However, according to my observations, you probably can't even utilize the strength of your body because that forbidden technique has sealed your strength. Don't be too discouraged. Your body should be able to take a beating here. Of course, you can't utilize the shining dragon armor or the undying form. So, be careful and don't get beaten to death. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Senior, why do you sound like you're taking pleasure in my misfortune? The man in white laughed, am I? Huh. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Senior, do you have a way to help me remove this forbidden technique? The man in white replied seriously, why would you remove it? Didn't you say that it has to be difficult? I think it's very difficult now. You have to believe in yourself. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched, and he smiled embarrassedly, Senior, this place is so dangerous. If I can't utilize my strength, the man in white suddenly spoke, don't be afraid. You have to believe in yourself. Moreover, I believe in you as well. Kid, you can do it. I have faith in you. Yi Xian's face darkened. Why is this guy like this? At this moment, the man in white spoke again, Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you remove the restriction, but there's nothing I can do. Borrowing a body to reincarnate took a lot out of me. Because I was sealed by the man in white, I'm extremely weak now. Therefore, there's nothing I can do about your forbidden technique. Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then said, really? The man in white said, really? Yi Xian fell silent. This was a forbidden area. If he couldn't utilize his own strength, how could he survive here? There was no way he could survive here. In the land of immortality, he could run if he couldn't win. But now, if he encountered danger, he wouldn't even have the chance to run. At this moment, the man in white suddenly spoke, Kid, are you afraid? Afraid? Yi Xian said with a straight face, what am I afraid of? The man in white said, if you're not afraid, then keep going. Yi Xian said indifferently, my legs are weak. Can't I take a break? The man in white. Chapter 982. Needless to say, Yi Xian was panicking. Because apart from his body, he couldn't summon any power. And this place was one of the 3 forbidden areas. What did it mean that he couldn't summon any power? It meant that he couldn't even escape. That man in white was a vicious person. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He looked around. The sky in the boundless underground city was always gray, as if it was going to rain at any time. The atmosphere was oppressive and depressing. Yi Xian stood on the spot for a long time. During this time, the 9th floor didn't speak again. Half an hour later, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, I'm regressing. Wasn't he weaker than he was now in Qingcheng? He had nothing back then, but when did he ever feel fear? Strength was the same as power. Both of them would make people addicted and dependent. Once dependent, one would become a slave, and their hearts would never be free. At this point, Yi Xian's body emitted the faint hum of swords. It was coming from the swords in the pagoda. The 9th floor said, Kid, it seems like you can still be saved. Yi Xian didn't understand, what do you mean, Senior? The 9th floor said, through your swords, I can feel that your state of mind has changed. Yi Xian nodded. I was thinking that I might be relying too much on my own power. That's your strength, the ninth house replied. It's not wrong for you to rely on it. However, you have to understand that a real man should not fear the heavens or the earth. You should never feel fear in your heart. The worst that can happen is death. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Xian asked, Senior, are you afraid of the plain-dressed woman? The ninth floor said angrily, Scram. Yi Xian laughed and continued forward. His state of mind was completely different from before. Like the ninth floor said, a man born in this world should not live in fear. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll die. Just then, the ninth floor chuckled. Yi Xian frowned. Senior, what are you laughing at? Ninth floor laughed. No, nothing. Don't be afraid. You're not in any danger. Really. You're very safe now. There's nothing around you. Hearing this, Yi Xian's scalp went numb. Damn it, there's definitely danger. The ninth floor must have discovered something. Yi Xian said indifferently, Senior, are you trying to scare me? That's right, I'm just trying to scare you, kid. Don't be afraid, there's really nothing. Yi Xian shrugged. Who have I ever been afraid of? After saying that, he continued walking. Suddenly, the person on the ninth floor said, Kid, slow down. The old lady behind you can't keep up. Old madam. Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Behind him, there was nothing, nothing at all. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, do you think you can scare me like this? At this point, his voice stopped abruptly. In front of him, in front of the city gate, there was an old lady. The old lady was holding a broom and was slowly sweeping. The old lady wore a very ordinary cotton dress that was full of patches. Her hair was snow white, and her back was a little heavy. She looked very old. Yi Xian looked at the old lady and said, Senior? The old lady said softly, No one has been here for many years. Then, she looked up at Yi Xian and smiled. In 1,000 years, you're the second. This smile made Yi Xian's scalp go numb because it was a little creepy. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, I'm just here for a stroll. The old lady suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Her movement technique was unpredictable. She looked at Yi Xian at such a close distance, but Yi Xian's expression was calm. There was no fear in his eyes. The old lady looked at Yi Xian and said, You're here for a stroll? Yi Xian nodded. I heard that this place is extremely dangerous. So, I came to take a stroll out of curiosity. The old lady stared at Yi Xian and said, Young man, don't you know that you're very weak? Yi Xian frowned and said, Can't I come in for a stroll if I'm weak? The old lady looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Actually, I'm here to look for my master. The old lady narrowed her eyes and said, Your master? Yi Xian nodded and said, I wonder if Senior has seen her. The old lady smiled gloomily and said, In the last 1,000 years, only 2 people have come to this place. Is the other one your master? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I don't know. After my master came in, she never went out. I don't know where she is now. The old lady said indifferently, Then she might be dead. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, That's impossible. The old lady sneered and said, Why is it impossible? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, My master is very, very strong. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of the old lady's mouth. You think she's very strong, but that's only what you think. Yi Xian was silent. The old lady suddenly shook her head and said, I thought that someone extraordinary had come, but now it looks like he's just a hothead. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a sword and passed it to the old lady. The sword of the plain-dressed woman. When she saw the sword, the old lady's face instantly changed, a common sword. Yi Xian nodded and said, "This is my master's sword. I came to look for her. She's wearing a plain dress and doesn't like to talk. Has Senior seen her before?" The old lady stared at Yi Xian and said, "The owner of this sword is your master?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes. I've been looking for her for a long time." The old lady shook her head and said, "No, you're lying. If you're the disciple of this sword's owner, then why are you so weak?" Yi Xian blinked and said, "Am I weak?" The old lady looked at Yi Xian and said, "You're not weak?" Yi Xian suddenly said, "Oh right, my master said that she wanted me to comprehend the true essence of the sword Tao, so she sealed my cultivation." The old lady suddenly put her hand on Yi Xian's shoulder and a powerful force instantly locked Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's expression didn't change. The facts prove that he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this old lady. Even if his cultivation wasn't sealed, it would still be difficult for him to fight back. After a moment, the old lady frowned and said, "It's indeed sealed." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, she said that I can comprehend the common sword this way." Common sword. The old lady's eyelids twitched as she looked at Yi Xian and hesitated. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Senior, have you met my master?" The old lady said indifferently, "I haven't." Yi Xian's face suddenly turned ghastly pale and said, "My master wouldn't have died here, right?" The old lady's eyelids twitched when she heard this. The owner of the common sword died here? Is that possible? It's probably impossible. Even that person wouldn't be able to kill the owner of the common sword. Yi Xian suddenly felt slightly panicked and muttered, What should I do? What should I do?" The old lady glanced at Yi Xian and said indifferently, "She probably isn't dead." Yi Xian looked at her and said, "Really?" The old lady nodded. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But I can't find her." The old lady gazed at Yi Xian and said, "It's best that you leave." Yi Xian was puzzled and asked, "Why?" The old lady said, "It's dangerous here." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "No. I think it's very quiet here, and there's no danger." The old lady shook her head and said, "Your intelligence." As she spoke, she pointed towards the distance and said, "Leave quickly. Don't die here. I don't want trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to leave. However, Yi Xian suddenly stopped her and said, "Senior, can you help me?" The old lady gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Do you want me to help you look for someone?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, yes. I want to look for my master." The old lady said, "Will I get anything out of it?" Yi Xian directly passed the woman's sword to the old lady and said, "This sword is for you." The old lady's eyelids twitched and said, You don't know what this sword is?" Yi Xian said, "I do. Master gave it to me, but it's completely useless. It's not as good as my other swords." The old lady suddenly said angrily, "Do you know what sword this is?" Yi Xian looked at the old lady and said, It's just a very ordinary sword. I'm not used to it at all." The old lady stared at Yi Xian and said, "Why did your master accept you as a disciple?" Yi Xian grinned and said, "Master said I'm talented and intelligent, a 1 in a million genius. Also, my big brother also said I'm an unparalleled sword genius. Also, my brother also said I'm a sword genius." The old lady frowned deeply and said, "Your big brother? Your brother?" Yi Xian quickly nodded and took out the green-robed man's sword and the middle-aged swordsman's sword and handed them to the old lady and said, "Look, these are their swords." Seeing the two swords, the old lady's face changed and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, her hands were trembling. My God! 3 ordinary swords. When did ordinary swords become like cabbages? The old lady looked at Yi Xian and her heart surged like waves. Who is this young man? Yi Xian said, Senior, can you help me find my master? If you can find her, I'll give all 3 swords to you. The old lady was speechless. Yi Xian asked again, can I? The old lady took a deep breath and said, Did your master really come in? Yi Xian nodded and said, yes, she came in. She said she was looking for someone and didn't leave after that. Looking for someone? The old lady frowned slightly. Who? After a moment, the old lady shook her head and said, I don't know where your master is and I don't know how to look for her. She pointed forward and said, go straight ahead and turn right 300 meters. There's a pawn shop called Tendo Pawn Shop there. You can go there and ask. Tendo Pawn Shop? Yi Xian blinked and said, do they know? The old lady said, they're more well informed. Maybe they know. Yi Xian hesitated. Then he said, okay. After that, he handed one of the swords to the old lady and said, Senior, this sword is for you as a thank you. The old lady's eyelids twitched. How could she dare to accept this sword? She couldn't afford this karma. The old man squeezed out a smile and said, it's just a small matter. There's no need for this. Go quickly. They'll close after dawn. Yi Xian hesitated and said, do you really not want it? The old man shook his head and said, no. Yi Xian nodded and said, Senior, you're a good person. The old lady's mouth twitched and she didn't say anything. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the old lady and turned to leave. At this moment, the old lady suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian turned to look at the old lady and she hesitated and said, I'll send you there. Otherwise, you might not be able to reach there. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the person on the 9th floor suddenly said, you're invincible. P.S. It's late. No explanation, one more chapter as an apology. Chapter 983. Yi Xian and the old woman were walking slowly on the street. The surroundings were very quiet. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, why is there no one in the city? The old woman said, you've come at the wrong time. There are only people here in the middle of the night. There's usually no one here. Yi Xian gazed at the old woman. Why? The old woman hesitated for a moment and said, some special reasons. Oh, Yi Xian nodded and said, Senior, do you know about the 5th dimension tribulation? The old woman's eyelids twitched, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. You know about it as well? Yi Xian nodded. I do. My master told me about it. The old woman spoke in a low voice, what did your master say? Yi Xian said, my master said that she wants to resist the 5th dimension tribulation and asked me to take care of myself. Senior, can my master defeat the 5th dimension tribulation? The old woman hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid it'll be quite difficult. Yi Xian said, my big brother and little brother will help my master as well. 3 owners of mortal swords. The old woman thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Yi Xian was about to speak when a hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared in front of them. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the hunchbacked old man, and then he gazed at the old woman. The hunchbacked old man looked at her and sneered. Jiao Yin, you've crossed the line. The old woman called Jiao Yin spoke indifferently, I'll send him off. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian. Outsider. Yi Xian nodded. Greetings, Senior. The hunchbacked old man was stunned, and then he gazed at Jiao Yin. Meanwhile, Jiao Yin suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Iron Camel, look at the swords in his hand. The old man called Iron Camel looked at the swords in Yi Xian's hand, and he was petrified on the spot when he saw those 3 swords. 3 mortal swords? Iron Camel gulped, and then he looked at Jiao Yin. What's going on? Nine Yin said calmly, he's here to look for his master. If you don't want to die, move aside. Tai Tuo glanced at Yi Xian. Your master is the master of this sword? Yi Xian nodded. Yeah. Tai Tuo's expression became strange. Iron Camel was about to speak when Nine Yin suddenly said, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Just like that, he continued to follow Jiao Yin. Along the way, although they encountered some strange people, they were all dismissed by Nine Yin. Soon, Jiao Yin brought Yi Xian to the Tendo pawn shop. The pawn shop was brightly lit. Clearly, there were people inside. Nine Yin said, we're here. You can go in yourself. Yi Xian respectfully bowed to Jiao Yin. Thank you, senior. Nine Yin nodded slightly. Be careful in here. This place is different from the outside world. Yi Xian said, all right. Nine Yin glanced at Yi Xian. See you later. After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after, she disappeared at the end of the street. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and walked into the Tendo pawn shop. Inside the pawn shop, it was very simple. There was only a counter. In front of the counter, there was a tall stool. Behind the counter, there was a woman lying on the counter, snoring loudly. Yi Xian glanced around. Just as he was about to speak, the 9th floor suddenly said, Kid, be careful. This place is a world of its own. It's not simple. A world of its own. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he walked to the counter and looked at the woman. Are you there? No response. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then, he gently pushed the woman. Hey! At this moment, the woman suddenly raised her head. She was delicate and pretty. Her eyes were big and very intelligent. The woman looked at Yi Xian. An outsider? Yi Xian nodded. The woman sized up Yi Xian, and then she said, Outsider, you're not simple at all since you were able to come here. Yi Xian said, a senior sent me here. The woman suddenly withdrew a drumstick and started eating it. She glanced at Yi Xian and asked, What are you doing here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm looking for someone. The woman said, Someone from the outside world or someone from here? Yi Xian said, Someone from here. The woman asked, What can you pawn? Yi Xian placed the 3 ordinary swords on the counter, and then he gazed at the woman. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes when she saw the swords, ordinary swords. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw this. The woman was only slightly surprised when she saw the swords, but she wasn't shocked or astonished. She picked up the swords and sized them up before she said, These swords can't be pawned. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why not? The woman gazed at Yi Xian, Are you stupid? The reason ordinary swords are strong is because of their masters, not them. Without their masters, they're no different from ordinary swords. Ordinary swords represent a type of state, understand? Yi Xian fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman on the 9th floor said, This little girl is really knowledgeable. The woman continued, 3 ordinary swords, and they still possess intelligence. Looks like there are 3 supreme experts in this world, and they aren't simple at all. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian, Is there anything else? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, So long as I pay you, then you'll be able to help me find that person? The woman said, So long as he's here, then you can. Even if he's in the outside world, but you have to add something. Yi Xian asked, What do you want? The woman smiled, What do you have? Yi Xian took out a bottle of the Spring of Life. The woman shook her head, Trash. With that said, she opened her palm, revealing a white jade bottle in her palm. The jade bottle flowed with emerald green liquid, this is the real spring of life, the essence of the ancient tree of life. Its effects are 100 times better than your spring of life. The real spring of life. Yi Xian glanced at the bottle of spring of life. He could feel the energy of the spring of life. The woman wasn't lying, it was far better than his spring of life. Good stuff. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took out the executing heaven sword. What do you think of my sword? The woman sized up the executing heaven sword and nodded. Yes, the sword itself isn't bad. With the addition of the torch dragon scale, the sword's grade has increased by at least 10 times. Overall, it's barely passable. Barely passable. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This woman was too arrogant. As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the woman opened her palm. In her palm was a broken sword. The sword was completely black, and there were many nicks on the blade. The woman said, "This sword is called heavenly diabolism. In terms of sharpness, it's not inferior to your sword." With that said, she threw the sword to Yi Xian. "Take a look yourself." Yi Xian held the heavenly diabolism in his hand and carefully looked at the sword in his hand. Soon, his expression became solemn. This sword was really not inferior to the executing heaven sword. What a good sword. At this moment, the woman smiled. "Actually, there's another item. In terms of sharpness, it's even better than your sword, but it's not with me. Also, if you're just looking for someone, this sword of yours is enough. Are you sure you want to pawn it?" Yi Xian asked. "If I pawn it, how do I redeem it?" The woman replied, "It's very simple. Help me do something." The woman smiled. "I'll tell you when the time comes. But don't worry, it'll definitely be within your ability." Yi Xian fell silent. Pawn the executing heaven sword? Of course I can't pawn it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I have another item, and it should be enough if I'm just looking for someone." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a strand of violet energy appeared on his palm. It was the spiritual energy that the white little fellow had given to Xiaoling, and he'd taken a strand of it. A trace of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes when she saw the violet energy. What pure violet energy! It's rare. Yi Xian said, "Just looking for someone. Is that all right?" The woman nodded, "Yes." "Who are you looking for?" Yi Xian said, "The little girl that came in with me." The woman said, "Wait a moment, let me check." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and counted with her fingers. A short moment later, the woman frowned. "I can't find her." "Can't find her?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean?" The woman gazed at Yi Xian. "The secrets of the heavens are concealed. Your friend isn't an ordinary person." Yi Xian nodded. "She really isn't an ordinary person. Are you able to find her?" The woman said, "Wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes slowly, and her right hand started to move swiftly. The space around her actually started to tremble. Around 10 minutes later, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. "She's in the south, at the Yen Hall." "No, she's already gone in." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The Yen Hall?" The woman nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian sheathed his sword, turned around, and was about to leave. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Wait." Yi Xian gazed at the woman, and the woman smiled. "Your cultivation has been sealed. With your current strength, you won't be able to reach the Yen Hall. However, I can send you there. But, you know what I mean." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This woman really wants benefits. Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, "Is a wisp of violet gas enough?" The woman raised 2 fingers, 2 wisps, and "I'll send you to the Yen Hall." Yi Xian asked Xiaolinger in his heart, "Xiaolinger, how much of that violet gas do we have left?" Xiaolinger said, "A lot." Yi Xian asked, "How much is a lot?" Xiao Linger said, a lot. Yi Xian was speechless. This Xiao Linger is, Yi Xian shook his head, and continued to ask, if you refine a pill with a wisp of violet gas, how many pills can you refine? Xiao Linger said, a lot. Yi Xian was completely speechless. He decided not to ask this little fellow anymore. Yi Xian looked at the woman, then let's go. The woman's mouth twitched slightly, sure. Just like that, Yi Xian and the woman left the Tendo pawn shop, and the woman led Yi Xian into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, the woman suddenly said, just call me Xiao Dao. Yi Xian nodded, Miss Xiao Dao, your pawn shop is called the Tendo pawn shop, why is that? Xiao Dao said with a smile, this question requires the origin qi of your purple gas to answer. Yi Xian. Soon, the woman led Xiao Dao to the Yen Hall, which was a very gloomy hall, surrounded by yin qi, very strange, and in front of the hall stood two ferocious-looking burly men. Yi Xian said softly, Miss Xiao Dao, what kind of place is this Yen Hall? Xiao Dao smiled, this question requires at least 36 strands of purple gas to answer. Yi Xian, Xiao Dao blinked, how is it? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Xiao Dao, as long as you can afford it, you know everything? Xiao Dao nodded, since ancient times, there is nothing I don't know. Yi Xian said in a low voice, what about the era before the Cambrian period? The little Taoist smiled and said, I'll answer this question for free. Before the Cambrian period, it was called the Ancient Era. There shouldn't be more than 3 people who know about this era, and I should be the only one who knows about it in detail. Yi Xian suddenly took out the woman's sword, do you know the origin of the owner of this sword? Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile, you don't know? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, Tianming. P.S. Try to update before 8:00 in the future. If you are late, your dick is shorter by 30 centimeters. Chapter 984. Tianming? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Xiao Dao smiled. I can only tell you her name. I can't tell you anything else, unless you're willing to pay the starting price. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, purple aura? Xiao Dao shook her head. Ordinary purple aura won't do. I want the original source purple aura. Yi Xian was puzzled. Original source purple aura? Xiao Dao smiled. It's the source of this purple aura. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't give it to you. Xiao Dao smiled. Then there's no other way. Yi Xian asked, is Tianming her name? Xiao Dao shook her head. No, it's just that others call her that. Yi Xian asked again, why do they call her Tianming? Xiao Dao blinked. Pay up. At least 10,000 wisps of purple aura, 10,000 wisps. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Had this woman gone crazy over money? At this moment, Xiao Dao added, actually, I don't recommend you to find out more about people of her level, because my price will be very, very high. Don't ask me any other questions. I have to pay for answering all your questions. Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Xiao Dao, I'm very poor. Xiao Dao blinked. No, you're not poor. You have many treasures on you. I've seen them all. Yi Xian, Xiao Dao turned to look at Yan Dian. She placed her hands behind her back and looked rather mischievous. This Yan Dian is very strong. It's not something you can go against now. If you go in now, you'll definitely die. Even if that fellow in your body helps, you have no chance of survival. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. You know him? Xiao Dao nodded. As long as I want to, I can know anything. Yi Xian said, isn't this too heaven-defying? Xiao Dao turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled mischievously. You call this heaven-defying? The one who is truly heaven-defying is the owner of the ordinary sword in your hand. She is the one who is truly heaven-defying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Dao, why don't we be friends? The ninth comment. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, and his smile became even brighter. It's not that we can't be friends, but as friends, we need to be fair. That way, we can be friends for a long time. Yi Xian replied, I want to be friends with you, not because I want to get anything from you, really. Little Daoist blinked and the corners of his mouth curled up. I almost believed you. Yi Xian shook his head and looked at Yan Dian. Miss Xiao Dao, my friend is still inside, right? He was actually not that worried. Xiaofan was too strong, ordinary people would not be able to hurt her. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, but did not speak. Money. Yi Xian pointed and 2 strands of purple gas landed in front of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao picked them up and absorbed them. She nodded. She's still inside. Yi Xian asked solemnly, can you get her out? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and grinned. I can help you get her out, but, hee. Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman, boom. At this moment, an explosion rang out in the depths of Yan Dian. Yi Xian's face changed. He was about to rush in when Xiao Dao suddenly said, your current strength is not enough. Yi Xian thought for a moment and shouted at Yan Dian, Xiaofan, come out. Not long after Yi Xian's voice landed, there was a violent tremor in the depths of Yan Dian. At this moment, the entire Yan Dian shook. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Xiaofan, hurry, I'll make something delicious for you. 3 breaths after Yi Xian's voice landed, Wang. Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This young girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she had rushed over despite her illness. The old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The young girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to strip him of his position or not. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 personal guards. From now on, you can be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back." "Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 985. As soon as the pagoda appeared, Xiao Dao's eyes lit up. It really is something good. Little Fan gazed at Xiao Dao, and the latter grinned. Don't worry, I never take things by force. Little Fan withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. As soon as the pagoda appeared, a shapeless pressure suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then the 4 Dao laws were suddenly activated. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly swept out from within Yi Xian, and the space in the surroundings started to seethe. The eyes of the old man who stood before Yi Xian narrowed slightly, and a ghastly expression flickered within them. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke fiercely, "Crush and kill." The pagoda shook violently, and then 4 rays of light suddenly swept out from within it. A trace of seriousness appeared in the old man's eyes as soon as the 4 rays of light appeared. He took a small step back, stretched out his right hand, and then made a light seal, nether defense. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black shield silently condensed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's 4 Dao laws arrived. Rumble. The small black shield shook violently, and the space around it instantly cracked apart. On the other hand, the old man retreated explosively, and he retreated into the Hell Hall while the small black shield in his hand had cracked apart. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shouted furiously, and then he leaped up and slashed the executing heaven sword with both hands against the small black shield. Bang! The small black shield exploded. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly took a large stride forward and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression turned ferocious, and he didn't retreat. Instead, he stabbed his sword towards the old man's throat. A life for a life. The old man didn't retreat either. Once he did, his momentum would weaken, and once his momentum weakened, he would be at a disadvantage and be suppressed. So, he couldn't retreat. Just like that, the old man's fist struck Yi Xian's stomach, and Yi Xian's sword stabbed the old man's throat. Bang! Chi! Yi Xian instantly retreated to his original spot. As soon as he landed on the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and the old man retreated several meters as well. Both of them were fine. Although Yi Xian's sword had pierced the old man's throat, the old man was fine. It was as if the sword hadn't stabbed him at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian's torch dragon armor had forcefully withstood the old man's strength. This confrontation could be said to be equally matched. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Your armor is actually this strong. Yi Xian was about to attack again when the person on the 9th floor said, "Let's go." Leave? Yi Xian frowned. There are powerful experts in that temple. If you don't want the little girl to be in danger, take her with you. Yi Xian gazed at Xiaofan, who was holding her sword tightly. Her face was extremely pale, and it was obvious that she was very weak. However, he knew that the little fellow wasn't afraid at all. She probably didn't even know what death was. Yi Xian pondered deeply for a moment, and then he walked over to Xiaofan. He withdrew a huge amount of life spring water and passed it to her. Suddenly, Xiao Dao said, "Do you want to buy this super life spring water of mine? Just a single drop is enough for her to recover to such a state." Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Dao. "How much?" Xiao Dao grinned, 10 strands of violet energy for a single drop. Yi Xian pondered deeply for a moment, and then he tapped with his finger, causing 50 strands of violet energy to appear in front of Xiao Dao. The corners of Xiao Dao's mouth curled up slightly, and then he tapped with his finger, causing a white jade bottle to descend in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at Xiaofan. "Open your mouth." Without any hesitation, Xiaofan opened her mouth. Yi Xian poured a drop of life spring water into Xiaofan's mouth. After that drop of life spring water entered Xiaofan's body, her body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, the old man ignored Yi Xian and Xiaofan's recovery. Instead, he looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss, what are you trying to do?" Xiao Dao looked at the old man and smiled. "Don't worry, I have no intention of targeting Yan Dian. I am purely doing business, that's all." The old man looked at Xiao Dao. "If the two of them are your friends, Yan Dian can let bygones be bygones." "Friends?" Xiao Dao blinked, and then smiled. "We just got to know each other. However, on account of the ancestor of Yan Dian, I can give you a piece of information for free. The person behind this outsider is not simple, so I sincerely suggest that you apologize for this matter, and let's bury the hatchet." The old man was expressionless. "Is he not simple?" Xiao Dao nodded, and smiled. "Yes, he is." The old man smiled, "But she killed at least 30 people from Yan Dian." Obviously, he was referring to Xiaofan. Xiao Dao shrugged. "Then I don't care. I will just do business, and I will not interfere. If you give me the price I want, I can also do business with Yan Dian." The old man looked at Xiao Dao, and then at Yi Xian. "Since the two of you are not Miss Xiao Dao's friends, then the two of you will die here today." With that, he was about to attack, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiaofan. With a point of his finger, the torch dragon armor flew into Xiaofan's brow. Boom! Very quickly, a thin layer of scales appeared around Xiaofan's body. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Kill him." Xiaofan blinked, and in the next moment, she charged towards the old man. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. This little girl was already so strong, and now with this mysterious armor, how strong would she be? Xiaofan rushed in front of the old man, and slashed at his head. Pust! This slash tore the space apart. The old man did not dare to be careless. He opened his palm, and a black gas suddenly flew out, and this black gas directly engulfed Xiaofan. Rumble, rumble. Explosions rang out incessantly from within the black aura, and the old man frantically retreated. Little Fan's strength after donning the torch dragon armor was simply too abnormal. There was no way to fight. Very quickly, the old man retreated into Yan Dian, and Xiaofan rushed in. Yi Xian also hurriedly followed. As if he had discovered something, Yi Xian suddenly pointed his finger, and Shao Qi's unsealed sword suddenly flew out. Yi Xian said, "Kill him with this sword." Xiaofan gestured with her left hand, and then Shao Qi's sword fell into her grasp. She swung it swiftly, and then the black gas that the old man emanated instantly vanished completely. It was restrained. Yi Xian was delighted when he witnessed this scene. After Shao Qi's sword was unsealed, it possessed a formidable and mysterious energy, and the old man had said that this energy could restrain some evil energy. Obviously, this old man's energy was quite evil. After Xiaofan obtained the sword, the old man was immediately bashed to the point he couldn't even fight back. Suddenly, an ethereal saber flew out from the depths of the hull. Xiaofan immediately stopped pursuing the old man, and then she stabbed her sword forward. Bang! The ethereal saber was instantly forced to a stop. On the other hand, Xiaofan retreated by over 10 m. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared by the old man's side. The middle-aged man glanced at the little girl and said, "Amazing." As he spoke, he gazed at the old man. "Chu Jiang, you should have notified us a long time ago." The old man called Chu Jiang spoke solemnly, "I underestimated her strength." The middle-aged man gazed at Xiaofan, and she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiaofan, come back." Xiaofan didn't attack. She just stood obediently by Yi Xian's side while Yi Xian stood there. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "Outsider. Outsider." Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, is this world different from the outside world?" Xiao Dao smiled, of course it's different. This place is isolated from the outside world. In their eyes, you're an outsider, and you're an enemy. We don't welcome outsiders here. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, can the people here leave? Xiao Dao shook her head, ordinary people can't. Only a few people can leave. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, why? Xiao Dao smiled, because they weren't strong enough. So, someone once sealed this place and prevented it from coming into contact with the outside world. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, was that person called the Prophet? Xiao Dao shook her head, no. However, the person you spoke of has been here in the past. Yi Xian asked, what did he do here? Xiao Dao thought for a moment and said, nothing much. He just observed for a while. He probably wanted to see if the people here posed a threat to the outside world. Yi Xian asked, that's it? Xiao Dao nodded, that's about it. Yi Xian asked, why didn't Miss Xiao Dao collect fees? Xiao Dao smiled, because it's not a secret. You can ask anyone and you'll know. Let me tell you seriously, even though I'm a businessman, I'm very professional. I'm not a profiteer. Yi Xian nodded, I almost believed you. Xiao Dao laughed heartily. Yi Xian turned to look at the middle-aged man. He opened his palm, and the prison pagoda appeared. At this moment, the voice from the 9th floor resounded in his mind, kid, you can't defeat them. There are at least 3 experts in that hall who aren't weaker than these 2. One of them has an extremely strong aura, probably stronger than that Di Jun. If they attack together, the 2 of you won't be able to escape. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then he looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan's right hand was gripping the rusty iron sword tightly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The 9th floor continued, she's not simple at all. If it's a one-on-one battle, then none of the experts in the hall would be able to defeat her for sure. However, she won't fight you in a one-on-one battle. If you insist on fighting her, then it's very likely that you'll get her killed. Of course, even if you want to retreat, it depends on whether she's willing. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then the prison pagoda in his hand transformed into the woman's sword. The eyes of the middle-aged man instantly narrowed when he saw the sword. A mortal sword. The expression of the old man behind the middle-aged man changed as well. A mortal sword. The sword wasn't terrifying, the owner of the sword was terrifying. How terrifying was the strength of a person who could transform a sword into a mortal sword. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and said, since all of you intend to bully the weak with numbers, then it looks like I have no choice but to ask my master to fight you. The 9th floor said, you're bluffing again. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a sword chime soared into the sky and went straight into the clouds. Yi Xian was stunned. The sword is reacting. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian was overjoyed. The woman was replying to him. Suddenly, a woman appeared from within the sword. She wore a plain dress and had an expressionless face. Her hands were placed behind her back, and there were black and white strands of energy coiled around the tips of her right fingers. The woman gazed at Yi Xian, kill them all? Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled and spread his palms open, come, kill me. P.S. I'm not late. Chapter 986. Please kill me. In midair, the woman turned her head slightly to look at the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the voice from the 9th floor resounded abruptly in Yi Xian's mind. That idiot. Isn't it good to be alive? The woman gazed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man roared with laughter. Didn't you want to kill all of us? What are you still standing there for? Why? The woman suddenly opened her palm, and a ray of light flew out from it. It was a calm ray of light that flew out. The first impression it gave others was that it was very ordinary, On the other hand, Xiao Dao's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression turned grave when he saw the sword. He couldn't sense the power of the sword light, and it was precisely because of this that he became grave. He didn't dare to be careless. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and a black shield appeared in his hand. In the next moment, countless strands of black gas suddenly surged out from his body and converged into the shield. Bang! The roar of a wild beast suddenly resounded from the shield, and then a ferocious demon beast's head stretched out from the shield. However, only its head had come out, and its body hadn't. The demon beast looked at the woman with a ferocious expression, and it opened its mouth and roared. At this moment, the ground trembled. Yi Xian's expression became serious when he saw this. This shield is very powerful, and it's probably not much weaker than my torch dragon armor. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao suddenly said, the celestial beast armor has a heaven-warring beast within it, and it's not weaker than the one you're wearing. In his hands, its might has increased by a few times, and his ability to utilize it basically means that he's in an invincible position. Of course, he's wrong this time. The woman's ray of light arrived in the distance. The heaven-warring beast roared furiously once more, and it bit at the ray of light. However, its pupils constricted when its mouth came into contact with the ray of light. In the next moment, the sword silently flashed through its body, and the shield instantly shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face fell, and he quickly crossed his arms, before pushing them forward. However, the sword cut off his arms without any obstruction and flashed past his throat. Chi! The middle-aged man's head fell off his neck. Accompanied by blood, the head rolled on the ground a few feet away. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Instant kill. Yi Xian gulped. He suddenly felt that his torch dragon armor was just so. Little Fan kept looking at the woman in the plain dress. She held the executing heaven sword and the rusty iron sword tightly in her hands. Xiao Dao by the side was the calmest. As for the old man from Yen Hall, 6th Palace King, his face was pale. He had never thought that the middle-aged man would be killed in a second. This was the 5th Palace King, one of the top 5 in the palace, but he was killed in a second. This was an instant kill. Moreover, the woman in front of him was obviously not her real body. At this moment, Yen Hall was incomparably quiet. There was no one to even breathe. The woman in the plain dress looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly smiled and said, "Why did you come out this time?" The woman in the plain dress replied, "I wanted to see you, so I came." Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress sized up Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "Barely, but it's still far from enough. The sword has yet to enter the mortal realm and is still at the bottom. You have to work hard." Yi Xian nodded. "I will work hard." With that, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Many people say that I have a lot of karma. What does that mean?" The woman in the plain dress looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian Qing Qingqingcheng, Yi family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian is removed from the position of crown prince and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his lips. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi residence elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old and her two little hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling and was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly and said, "This is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides and said, "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family and his life is uncertain. But the family is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position of crown prince. This is unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged, "Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed and said, "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Yi Lang will inherit the position of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" He raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded and Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. But she did not cry and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Long sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed and said, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded and said, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply, "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly and said, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang and saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes and his expression was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian and his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu and walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Long sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 987. On the field, Yi Xian was expressionless. Of course he was going to bluff. He knew very well why Yan Dian was acting this way. It was because of the plain-dressed lady. Obviously, Yan Dian was afraid of the plain-dressed lady. The plain-dressed lady's clone had killed one of their hall kings. No, that was not even a clone. It was just a projection. If the real body was here, how terrifying would that be? And Yi Xian also understood that the more arrogant he was, the safer he would be. After Song Cheng finished speaking, he turned and left. Meanwhile, Yi Xian held Xiaofan's hand and waited at the entrance of Yan Dian. At the side, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Can you let me take a look at your Xiao Ta?" Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled and said, "I am a little interested in it." Yi Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, the prison pagoda landed in front of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao sized up the prison pagoda and said softly, "It is indeed not bad. The person who created this pagoda is really a genius." Yi Xian smiled and said, "He is indeed very impressive." Xiao Dao returned the Xiao Ta to Yi Xian. "When you activated the pagoda earlier, there were 4 rays of light. Were those the Dao laws?" Yi Xian nodded. "They were the Dao laws." Xiao Dao smiled and said, "If you can gather all the Dao laws in the pagoda will become even more powerful." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, do you really know everything?" Xiao Dao smiled and said, "It depends on the situation. Of course, I only know the past and present. I don't know the future." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "You are quite impressive." Xiao Dao shrugged. "It's just some fancy tricks. That woman is the real deal. The plain-dressed lady." Yi Xian said, "Actually, she is quite a nice person." Xiao Dao blinked. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "At least it's good for me." Xiao Dao nodded. "I can tell that she cares about you a lot." Yi Xian was about to speak when Song Cheng, who had left earlier, walked out again. Song Cheng carried a black box in his hands. He walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled. "Little friend, this item should be of help to you." Yi Xian opened the box. Inside the box was a small demonic beast. The demonic beast's body was pitch black, and it had a horn on its head. It was shaped like a piglet, and its tail was very short and pointed. From its appearance, other than being a little cute, there was nothing special about it. Yi Xian frowned. This is? Song Cheng smiled and said, little friend, this is an ancient ferocious beast, the heavenly battle beast. If you can raise it, its battle prowess will be enough to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Yi Xian was a little doubtful. Seeing this, Song Cheng hurriedly pointed at Xiao Dao, who was not far away. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Xiao Dao. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Although this woman was greedy, she would not lie. Xiao Dao looked at the sleeping demonic beast in the box and said, he's right. This is a heavenly battle beast. If you raise it, its battle prowess will be extraordinary. Yi Xian asked, how strong will it be? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, it depends on how much it has evolved. If you feed it well, its battle prowess will be enough to destroy the world. For example, a heavenly battle beast at its peak should be able to withstand 2 strikes from that woman and not die. Of course, if that woman was serious and not as casual as she was just now, not just the heavenly battle beast, any other beast would be nothing. In any case, from what I know, there shouldn't be any beast that can defeat her. With that, she paused and continued, the heavenly battle beast was ranked 2nd in that era. If you can really raise it, its abilities will definitely not disappoint you. Yi Xian said in a low voice, is it difficult to raise? Xiao Dao said plainly, Yan Dian has raised it for 100 years, but it is still like this. Yi Xian was speechless. At the side. At the ancestral hall of the Yi family in Qing City. Ancestors, Yi Xian is incompetent and immoral. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as the heir is revoked and Yi Lang will succeed him. The person who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the elders of the Yi residence. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling and was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to revoke Yi Xian's position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed and said, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince." why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 988. Who is Xiao Linger talking to? Yi Xian was puzzled. He walked over, but Xiao Linger closed the box, turned to Yi Xian, and blinked. Yi Xian smiled. Who are you talking to? Xiao Linger blinked a few times, then lowered her head. Yi Xian smiled. Can't you tell me? Xiao Linger said softly, it's a secret. Yi Xian rubbed Xiao Linger's head and smiled, all right. Big brother won't ask. Xiao Linger nodded. Yi Xian asked, how much violet energy do we have left? Violet energy. Xiao Linger blinked, then opened her palm, and a strand of violet energy appeared. Yi Xian was puzzled, what is this? Meanwhile, the 9th Pavilion Master spoke up, idiot, that's quintessence ancestral energy. With the quintessence violet energy, she can produce that violet energy without end. Of course, it's still quite inferior to the spirit patriarchs. However, even violet energy like that is extremely rare. Yi Xian said excitedly, in other words, Xiao Linger can use this strand of violet energy to produce endless amounts of violet energy? The 9th floor said, you can say that. However, this strand of violet energy will be exhausted eventually. Of course, it'll take at least a dozen years. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I see. Violet energy. Yi Xian was puzzled. He looked at Xiao Linger, where did you get this from? Xiao Linger said, white. Yi Xian asked, from that little white fellow? Xiao Linger nodded. Yi Xian understood. Back then, Xiao Linger had obtained 2 boxes. Needless to say, the origin of ancestral qi must have come from one of the boxes. Meanwhile, the person on the 9th floor said, don't let the woman outside know that she has quintessence ancestral energy. She desires it very much. Be careful. Yi Xian said solemnly, can Senior sense her strength? That won't do. He's too mysterious. She was neither servile nor overbearing in front of the plain-dressed woman. She is not simple at all. Yi Xian nodded. I'll be careful. Don't worry too much, the 9th house said. Just be on your guard. She's already seen the power of the woman in the plain dress, so she won't be stupid enough to harm you. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you didn't make things difficult for me because of the plain-dressed woman? The 9th Pavilion Master fell silent for a moment before he said, Kid, to be honest, your character is to my liking. One can do anything in life, but one can't do anything that goes against one's conscience. In this aspect, you and I are very similar. Yi Xian roared with laughter, looks like Senior is a man of character as well. Meanwhile, the 9th Pavilion Master said, however, I'm not as thick-skinned as you are. You're often completely shameless. Yi Xian was speechless. A short while later, Yi Xian left the pagoda, and he gazed at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, what sort of place is that ruin you spoke of? Is it dangerous? Xiao Dao grinned, don't worry, that place won't disappoint you. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, 300 strands of violet energy isn't a small number. Xiao Dao smiled but remained silent. A short while later, Yi Xian spoke solemnly, all right, I'll give you 300 strands of violet energy. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and 300 strands of violet energy descended in front of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao opened her tiny mouth, and then the violet energy surged into her mouth. It didn't take long for an intoxicated expression to appear on her face. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao, and then he said, Miss Xiao Dao, you're called Xiao Dao, and your pawnshop is called Tendo Pawnshop. Don't tell me you're the spirit of a Tendo. Tendo? Xiao Dao blinked, and then she shook her head and smiled, I'm not a Tendo. The real Tendo has slumbered in the annals of history. As for my identity and background, you'll have to pay me a lot of money before I can tell you. Yi Xian shook his head, I'm poor. Xiao Dao roared with laughter, you're not poor at all. Any one of your treasures is priceless. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any really good treasures? Let me widen my horizons. Xiao Dao blinked, you wouldn't rob me, right? Yi Xian shook his head, Miss, you must be joking. How could I dare to rob you? Xiao Dao roared with laughter, and then she opened her palm, and a long writing brush appeared there. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what's that? Xiao Dao smiled, it's called the Tendo brush, and it was once the Supreme Tendo's personal treasure. It's very formidable. Yi Xian asked, how formidable? The corners of Xiao Dao's mouth curled up slightly, this brush represents the will of the Tendo. It can easily mobilize the energy of all living beings in the universe for its own use, and it can also determine the life and death of all living beings in the universe. The tip of the brush can easily slash apart an era or universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly, it's that exaggerated? Xiao Dao smiled, it's not exaggerated at all. This thing is really formidable. Yi Xian said, why don't you demonstrate it? Xiao Dao shook her head, I can't. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, why not? Xiao Dao said softly, this brush is a Tendo brush, and only a Tendo or a chosen Tendo is able to use it. Ordinary people are unable to activate it. Of course, I can. But why would I try it for no reason? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, let me try. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, you? Yi Xian nodded, I think my luck is pretty good. Perhaps I'm the chosen child of legend. Xiao Dao roared with laughter, you're really interesting. Alright, I'll let you try. If you can activate it, then I'll give it to you. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, are you sure? Xiao Dao nodded, I'm sure. Yi Xian took the Tendo brush, and as soon as it entered his hand, Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn. He sensed a strand of an ancient aura from the brush, and it was like a vast universe that was unfathomable. How extraordinary! At this moment, Yi Xian started to believe Xiao Dao. Yi Xian sized up the Tendo brush in his hand, and then his profound energy surged into it. However, it was like a rock that sank into the ocean, and it didn't move at all. Xiao Dao smiled and said, do you know why I dared to say that? Because I know who the true chosen child of the heavens is. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Dao, who? Xiao Dao shook her head, I can't tell you. As she spoke, she spread open her palm. Yi Xian was just about to give the Tendo brush to Xiao Dao when the Tendo brush suddenly trembled slightly. Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Dao was slightly stunned as well. There's a reaction? Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Miss Xiao Dao, look. There's a reaction. Xiao Dao blinked, is there? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, you won't go back on your word, right? The little Taoist smiled and said, definitely not. However, what I said just now was that if you can use it, I will give it to you. It merely trembled slightly, but that doesn't mean that you can use it. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand with the intention of taking the Tendo brush back. However, the Tendo brush suddenly trembled violently, and then a ray of dazzling white light erupted from it and enveloped Yi Xian. In the next moment, the Tendo brush entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Dao's smile stiffened. A short while later, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao, it seems to have recognized me as its master. Xiao Dao fell silent. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, you wouldn't be angry, right? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, why don't I give you 100 strands of violet energy as compensation? Xiao Dao suddenly clenched her fists tightly. Meanwhile, little Fan, who'd been licking her Tanghulu, suddenly drew her sword and was about to attack. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. She wouldn't really kill someone, would she? Xiao Dao gazed at Yi Xian. You're definitely not one chosen by heaven. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I didn't say that there's only one chosen by heaven. What if there are two? Xiao Dao gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Xiao Dao, I'll return it to you if you go back on your word. Xiao Dao spoke indifferently, I'm not someone who can't accept defeat. Since the Tendo brush has recognized you as its master, then I'll give it to you. Yi Xian was delighted, and then he hurriedly said, Thank you, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's face remained expressionless. Wait for me here. I need to go back and do something. I'll come look for you in 10 minutes, and then I'll take you to the ruins. With that, she turned and left. On the spot, Yi Xian hurriedly closed his eyes. The Tendo brush hadn't entered the prison pagoda, but was in his sea of consciousness. Yi Xian tried to move it, but the brush ignored him. Yi Xian frowned, Senior? What does it mean by that? The 9th Pavilion Master said, It doesn't care about you. Yi Xian, the 9th Pavilion Master said, I think the brush doesn't recognize you as its master. It's following you for some other reason. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, What reason? The 9th Pavilion Master said, I don't know, but I'm sure it doesn't recognize you as its master. Yi Xian was puzzled, Why? The 9th Pavilion Master said, Because you're definitely not the chosen one. Of course, your luck and opportunities are better than even the chosen ones. They're trash before you. Yi Xian, at this time, Xiao Dao appeared in front of Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao led Yi Xian to the right side of the street. Along the way, Xiao Dao didn't smile like before. She was silent, which made Yi Xian feel bored. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any other treasures? Xiao Dao was expressionless, No. I don't have anything. Yi Xian, about half an hour later, Xiao Dao led Yi Xian to a courtyard in a broken world. Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiao Dao, where are we? Xiao Dao looked around and said, We're going to the prehistoric ruins. Yi Xian asked, What kind of ruins are they? Xiao Dao said, It's a place that's been forgotten by history. It's full of opportunities, but it's also dangerous. But you're so strong, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Xian said, Miss Xiao Dao, you won't trick me, right? Xiao Dao smiled, I won't. Really? Yi Xian was a little nervous. Xiao Dao pointed at a dry well in the courtyard, That's a teleportation array. Jump in, and you'll reach the ruins. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao and asked, What kind of ruins are they? Xiao Dao said, They're a country. In the past, this country almost unified the entire universe. It is also the only country in the long river of history that managed to block the fifth dimension tribulation. As she spoke, she glanced at little Fan, and then she continued, There was a super god of war in this kingdom, and she was called Luo the Undefeated. Yi Xian. Chapter 989. Undefeatable Arrow. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. The Cambrian period. This prehistoric relic must be related to the Cambrian period. Xiao Dao said indifferently, Let's go in. Yi Xian nodded, he didn't ask any more questions, they had to go in anyway. Yi Xian walked to the dry well with Xiaofan. The dry well was bottomless, but he could feel the energy fluctuations. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, Miss Xiao Dao, aren't you going in with me? Xiao Dao shook her head, I'm not going. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, Why? Xiao Dao said indifferently, I don't need any opportunities. Yi Xian, At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly pointed a finger, and a thumb-sized stone fell in front of Yi Xian. If you need help, crush this thing. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, Miss Xiao Dao, you're such a good person. Xiao Dao was expressionless. Every time I make a move, I'll get 200 strands of purple gas. And I won't help you fight. Yi Xian said, I take back what I said just now. With that, he jumped into the dry well with Xiaofan. Xiao Dao stood there for a long time, not saying a word, not leaving. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Xiao Dao. The middle-aged man looked at the dry well. Senior Xiao Dao, who is this person? Xiao Dao glanced at the man, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Why, Yan Dian still doesn't intend to let him go. The middle-aged man in front of her was the master of Yan Dian, Yan Di. Yan Di shook his head. How dare I? Xiao Dao looked at the middle-aged man. You're targeting that little girl, not just to refine a Yin soul, right? Yan Di smiled bitterly. Everything is better than Senior Xiao Dao. Someone outside contacted us and asked us to get rid of this little girl and this Yi Xian. Xiao Dao said indifferently, looks like the reward offered by the other party is something you can't refuse. Yan Di said in a deep voice, I was stupid this time. Xiao Dao looked at Yan Di, you are very stupid. Yan Di smiled bitterly, Senior Xiao Dao is right. Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. Yan Di, for the sake of your ancestors, I'll give you a piece of advice. Although your Yan Dian has lost many powerful cultivators, if you do not wish for Yan Dian to be destroyed, then don't go looking for that young man. Yan Di nodded, I understand, but what I don't understand is, who is he? Xiao Dao said softly, a very complicated person. Yan Di hesitated for a moment, then asked, what about the woman in the plain dress? Xiao Dao looked at Yan Di and said with a smile, a woman who doesn't even put the fifth dimension tribulation in her eyes. Hearing this, Yan Di's pupils suddenly shrank, so strong? Xiao Dao said softly, Yan Di, do you know who the person who contacted you is? Yan Di looked grim, no matter who the other party is, the other party plotted against me. Xiao Dao suddenly said, give up the idea of revenge. Yan Di looked at Xiao Dao, why? Xiao Dao shook his head, that person, Yan Di, is not someone you can provoke. Yan Di was silent. Xiao Dao said with a smile, don't be unconvinced. Let me tell you, in a short time, thousands of universes will converge, and people and cultivators of different eras will collide. In these endless years, although your Yan Dian is not bad, it is really just that. Yan Di said, Senior Xiao Dao, is this situation because of the fifth dimension tribulation? Xiao Dao nodded. Yan Di said in a deep voice, how should we deal with this tribulation? Xiao Dao looked at the dry well, he is the key. Yan Di nodded, I understand. With that, he bowed deeply to Xiao Dao, thank you Senior Xiao Dao for enlightening me. Xiao Dao said softly, this is a very interesting era. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he and Xiaofan were standing in front of an ancient city gate. The whole city was very large, and the city walls were hundreds of feet high. However, the city was very dilapidated, as if it had been destroyed by some force. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaofan. Xiaofan's expression was calm. She took out a stick of candied hawthorn and licked it. There was no fluctuation in her eyes. Yi Xian gently rubbed Xiaofan's little head and said with a smile, let's go. With that, he gently pushed the city gate open, and then pulled Xiaofan into the city. As soon as they entered the city, a desolate atmosphere hit them. The city was very dilapidated, and there were ruins everywhere. Yi Xian glanced around, feeling somewhat puzzled. What kind of country was this? Senior, is there any danger? Yi Xian asked softly in his heart. I don't feel anything, but be careful. Ninth house answered. Yi Xian nodded, and he continued to move forward with Xiaofan. The city was very quiet, and from time to time, there would be a chilly wind blowing, which made the city even more desolate. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian and Xiaofan arrived at a palace. The moment they entered the palace, Yi Xian was stunned. In front of them, there were hundreds of experts wearing golden armor and holding golden spears. However, these people's eyes were closed, and there was no aura, as if they were statues. Yi Xian walked in front of one of the soldiers, carefully looked at it, and shook his head. There is no aura. At this moment, Xiaofan, who was next to him, suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan, and Xiaofan looked back at him without saying a word. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Xiaofan pointed at her mouth, and then at her ears. Yi Xian frowned. "You mean, there is a sound?" Xiaofan nodded. "There is a sound." Yi Xian's expression changed, and he quickly asked in his heart, "Senior, do you hear a sound?" Ninth House was silent for a moment, then answered, "No." Yi Xian's face darkened, and he looked at Xiaofan. He knew that Xiaofan would not lie to him. "What sound?" Yi Xian asked. Xiaofan pointed at the soldiers in front of her. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, Yi Xian asked, "You mean they made the sound?" Xiaofan nodded. Yi Xian asked, "What are they saying?" Xiaofan suddenly fell silent. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, she suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand, and slowly closed her eyes. Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful force entering his mind. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and soon, excited roars came from all around. "Arrow! Arrow! Arrow!" These voices were like waves, one after another, shaking the world. These voices were full of excitement, fanaticism, excitement, and awe. "Arrow?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "I am Arrow? But isn't Arrow a woman? Could it be that I was Arrow in my previous life? No." As if thinking of something, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at Xiaofan, and said with a trembling voice, "Senior." Xiaofan can't be that Arrow." Ninth House said in a deep voice, "It's possible." Yi Xian was silent. "The undefeatable Arrow?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Legend has it that the undefeatable Arrow wields the immortal sword." As he said that, he looked at the rusty sword in Xiaofan's hand. "This sword is the immortal sword?" At this time, Xiaofan suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand, and they walked into the depths of the palace. Xiaofan looked at the depths of the palace with a blank look in her eyes. Yi Xian quietly followed Xiaofan. Just like that, Xiaofan brought Yi Xian to the main hall of the palace. In front of the main hall stood two statues of men wielding long sabers. These two men were extremely burly, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary person, and their faces were ferocious, as if they were about to devour someone. The two of them stood in front of the main hall. Xiaofan pulled Yi Xian forward, and the two statues suddenly moved. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he secretly put his guard up, ready to act at any time. At this time, the two statues suddenly moved to the side. Yi Xian, at this time, Xiaofan pulled Yi Xian's hand into the main hall, and in the main hall stood 10 white-robed guards with sabers. These 20 people stood ramrod straight, holding the hilts of their sabers in their left hands, and their eyes looked straight ahead, without any signs of life. At the top of the main hall, on the dragon throne, sat a woman. The woman wore a dragon robe, and her head was adorned with a phoenix coronet. Her eyes were slightly closed, and there was no sign of life. Xiaofan led Yi Xian to the center of the main hall, and she just looked at the woman sitting on the dragon throne. At this time, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Is this woman alive or dead? On the dragon throne, the woman looked at Xiaofan, "You're back." Xiaofan looked at the woman, and did not speak. Suddenly, the woman stood up from the dragon throne, and she slowly walked in front of Xiaofan. "You're finally back." Xiaofan's right hand tightly gripped the rusty iron sword, and she remained silent. Suddenly, the woman grabbed Xiaofan's right hand, and then walked towards the dragon throne, and Xiaofan's left hand suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Just like that, under the woman's lead, Yi Xian and Xiaofan arrived in front of the dragon throne, and the woman suddenly turned around, and there was a trace of fanaticism in her eyes, and she roared, "Arrow is back! Arrow! Arrow! Arrow!" All of a sudden, Yi Xian heard countless angry roars. Everyone in the city was roaring. Those angry roars were mixed with excitement and fanaticism that bordered on madness. In fact, the whole city was very quiet, and the reason why he could hear these voices was because he was holding Xiaofan's hand. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaofan, and Xiaofan looked in front of her, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. Arrow! At this moment, Yi Xian was sure. Xiaofan was actually the undefeated arrow of the Cambrian era. After a while, Xiaofan slowly closed her eyes, and the sword in her hand trembled violently. Yi Xian held Xiaofan's hand tightly, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Just like that, after about a quarter of an hour, Xiaofan, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a trace of hostility in her eyes. She suddenly pointed the rusty iron sword at the sky. "Wake up, and fight with me again." As soon as Little Fan finished speaking, the 100 armored soldiers outside the palace suddenly opened their eyes, and then they turned around and knelt down on one knee. At the same time, the two statues at the entrance of the palace suddenly turned around and knelt down on one knee, and then they lowered their heads. Inside the palace, the 20 white-robed guards suddenly turned around and faced Little Fan, and then they slowly knelt down. At the same time, the whole city woke up, and then slowly knelt in front of the palace. The whole city came to life. Chapter 990. In the main hall, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he could feel the entire city boiling. The undefeatable arrow. At this moment, he was puzzled. During the Cambrian period, Arrow fought against the fifth dimension tribulation, so why did she appear in the world of the mutated beast scripture? Also, how many people survived during the Cambrian period? At this time, Xiaofan suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that the Xiaofan in front of him might not be the same Xiaofan from before. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." After saying that, she pulled Yi Xian away. The yellow-robed woman glanced at Yi Xian and followed. The 20 white-robed guards in the hall also hurriedly followed them. Xiaofan led Yi Xian out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, the 100 golden armored soldiers suddenly roared in unison, "Arrow! Arrow!" The eyes of these soldiers were filled with fanaticism. One could imagine how sacred Arrow was in the eyes of these soldiers. Xiaofan looked at the soldiers and gently raised her right hand. Suddenly, all the soldiers stopped. Xiaofan turned to look at Yi Xian. "I remembered something." Yi Xian smiled. "It's a good thing." Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian said softly, "Are you still Xiaofan?" Xiaofan was silent for a moment, then said, "From now on, I am your Xiaofan." Yi Xian was stunned, then smiled. He knew that even though Xiaofan had recalled many things, she was still the same Xiaofan. Of course, it was just as she'd said, she might only be her own Xiaofan. Because from this moment onward, she should be A Luo. Xiaofan suddenly said, "I can't be with you anymore." Yi Xian was silent. Xiaofan looked at the soldiers in front of her and said softly, "There used to be 100,000 soldiers here, but now, only these few are left." Yi Xian softly said, "It's the fifth dimension tribulation?" Little Fan nodded. The new fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive. I want to face it together with them. I want to protect the great desolate country. This is my responsibility. Yi Xian was silent. Xiaofan turned to look at the yellow-robed woman. Your Majesty, can you bestow upon him some good fortune? The yellow-robed woman smiled, of course. Xiaofan nodded. She looked at the soldiers below and her eyes flashed with battle intent. I'm back. Below, countless soldiers roared in unison. Beside Arrow, Yi Xian looked at the soldiers and sighed. He still felt a little disappointed that Xiaofan was suddenly gone. At this time, the yellow-robed woman suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Sir, please follow me. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need for the benefits. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm already very happy that you were able to recover some of your memories and remember who you are. As for the benefits, there's no need. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. You're very good to me. Yi Xian smiled. I've never thought of using you. Xiaofan nodded. I know. That's why I'm still your Xiaofan. Yi Xian walked in front of Xiaofan. He hesitated for a moment before saying, sometimes, carrying a few things on your back can be very tiring. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian and softly said, in the past, there were 100,000 soldiers and 3,000 white-robed people here. But when I gave the order, not a single one of them retreated and fought against the fifth dimension tribulation with me. Now, only these few are left. My responsibility is to protect the great desolate country, to protect them. Yi Xian slightly nodded. I understand. But why did you appear in the land of eternal life? Xiaofan softly said, back then, although I didn't die, I was seriously injured. Moreover, my memories were sealed for some special reasons. In the end, I wandered to the land of eternal life. During the Chalk Age, an eccentric person found me and took me in. Yi Xian solemnly said, that eccentric person was the one who created the mutated beast scripture? Xiaofan nodded. He let me stay there because I escaped the fifth dimension tribulation of the Chalk Age. If you hadn't brought me here, I'm afraid it would have taken some time for my memories to recover. Yi Xian smiled. No matter what, it's good that you recovered your memories. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Thank you for treating me so sincerely. Yi Xian shook his head. I only made some food for you. Xiaofan said, I'll always remember this favor. Yi Xian smiled. If we do this, then we'll be estranged. Xiaofan faintly smiled. All right. Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan. I'll be your brother. Of course, I'm not as strong as you. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Can I? Xiaofan was silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. At this time, the voice of the ninth floor suddenly sounded. I finally understand. Yi Xian frowned. Understand what? The voice of the ninth floor said, your sisters are each more terrifying than the last. You're a crazy sister maniac. Yi Xian, at this time, the yellow-robed woman suddenly said, Your Excellency, please follow me. Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Go. We're on the same side, no need to be polite. We're on the same side. Yi Xian was very pleased to hear this. He laughed and said, Then I won't be polite. Xiaofan nodded. I'll come find you later. Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that, he left with the yellow-robed woman. Xiaofan looked at the departing Yi Xian in silence. Her eyes gradually turned cold, and killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. A moment later, she opened her palm to reveal a small wooden figurine. This wooden figurine looked exactly like her. Yi Xian had carved it for her. After a moment, Xiaofan seemed to have thought of something and smiled. In the distance, the yellow-robed woman slowly led Yi Xian away. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss, how should I address you?" The yellow-robed woman glanced at Yi Xian. "They all call me Your Majesty. However, since you're Arrow's friend, you can call me Huang Jing like she does." Huang Jing. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Miss Huang Jing, is Xiaofan very popular here?" Huang Jing said softly, "She is the victory of my great desolation country, the honor and pride of my great desolation country." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "You fought against the fifth dimension tribulation in the past?" Huang Jing nodded. "That battle," with that, she shook her head. "It's all in the past. There's no point in thinking about it." Yi Xian nodded and didn't ask further. Because it was obvious from this city that the Great Desolation country had suffered heavy losses in that battle. At this moment, Huang Jing suddenly said, "How did you get to know Arrow?" Yi Xian smiled. "In a secret realm." Huang Jing said again, "Then how did you get here?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "A girl called Xiao Dao brought us here." Huang Jing suddenly stopped. "Xiao Dao? The girl who opened the Tendo pawn shop?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. "Miss Huang Jing knows her?" Huang Jing fell silent. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What is it?" Huang Jing said in a low voice, "That girl is not simple." Yi Xian said, "Miss Huang Jing, do you know her background?" Huang Jing shook her head. "I don't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. When he was about to speak, Huang Jing said, "All I know is that this woman is extremely mysterious. No one knows where she came from or how strong she is. Of course, no one dares to provoke her. This time, she asked you to bring Arrow here. She must have seen through Arrow's identity." Yi Xian nodded. Now it seemed that the girl didn't ask Yi Xian to come here on purpose. She asked Xiaofan to come here. Huang Jing suddenly said, "What do you plan to do in the future?" Yi Xian looked at Huang Jing and smiled. "Are you afraid that I will stay here?" Huang Jing nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I won't stay here. I have many things to do." Huang Jing nodded. "I mean no harm. Arrow has returned and the new fifth dimension tribulation is coming. Add to that the chaos in the outside world, our great desolate nation has chosen to temporarily hide." Yi Xian nodded. "That's a good choice." The outside world was indeed in chaos. The Cretaceous era, the Cambrian era, and that white-robed man. In short, all kinds of forces had appeared. Huang Jing suddenly said, "Arrow asked me to give you a good fortune. Do you know what it is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know. However, I'm not a greedy person. Just give me anything you want." Huang Jing looked at Yi Xian. "You will like it." Yi Xian smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." Not long after, Huang Jing brought Yi Xian to a lake behind the palace. Huang Jing pointed at a small pavilion on the lake and said, "That's the Bright Sword Pavilion. It's where Arrow once comprehended the Tao. Go." Yi Xian was stunned. A place to comprehend the Tao? Ordinary sword? Huang Jing nodded. "Whether you can comprehend it depends on your fate. Go." Yi Xian nodded after a moment of silence. Then, he tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air, flying towards the small pavilion. After Yi Xian left, Xiaofan appeared beside Huang Jing. Huang Jing asked, "Arrow, what's the situation outside?" Xiaofan replied, "Demons are dancing." Huang Jing looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan said, "This is a chaotic era. Experts from different eras have gathered in this era." She turned around as she spoke. Her gaze pierced through the layers of space and arrived at the legendary dimension of nothingness. If there was a difference in strength among the three forbidden areas, then it was undoubtedly the dimension of nothingness. Because the dimension of nothingness had existed for the longest time and was the most mysterious. Up until now, only the prophet had survived after entering it. When Arrow's gaze landed on the dimension of nothingness, a bowed old man suddenly stopped in his tracks. He swept the fallen leaves on a tombstone in front of him, and then turned around. The undefeatable Arrow. Their eyes met across the starry sky. Xiaofan's face was expressionless. "What's your name?" The old man shook his head. "I can't remember his name." Xiaofan looked him in the eye. "May I have a look?" The old man shook his head again. "This place doesn't welcome outsiders. Please forgive me." Xiaofan didn't force the issue. She nodded. "I understand." As if she'd thought of something, she asked, "Has anyone been there?" The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Many, many years ago, a man brought Xiao Ta here. He came in to have a look, and then he left." Xiaofan asked, "Just one?" The old man shook his head, and then he said softly, "A man in green brought two little fellows here, and they used 2 candied haws to exchange for 2 of my precious treasures. They're practically bandits." There was a trace of helplessness in his voice. Chapter 991. In front of the lake, Xiaofan was silent. After a while, the old tomb keeper suddenly said, "Those who are in eternal slumber do not like to be disturbed. Please forgive us." After saying that, he walked into the distance. Soon, the image disappeared. Xiaofan withdrew her gaze and asked Huang Jing, "What happened?" Xiaofan looked in the direction of the dimension of nothingness and said, "That place is not simple." Hearing this, Huang Jing frowned. "You think it's not simple?" Xiaofan nodded. Huang Jing's expression turned solemn. She was well aware of Arrow's strength and temperament. There were very few things that could make her think it was not simple. After a while, Huang Jing collected his thoughts and turned to look at Yi Xian in the pavilion. "Who is he?" Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "A good person." Huang Jing glanced at Xiaofan and nodded. "If he is your friend, he is also a friend of the Great Barren Kingdom." Xiaofan suddenly said, "What do you plan to do next?" Huang Jing smiled. "I should be asking you what you plan to do." Xiaofan looked at Huang Jing. "You are the emperor of the Great Barren Kingdom." Xiaofan shook her head. "Arrow, you are the war god of the Great Barren Kingdom and also the faith of the Great Barren Kingdom. You are much more important than me, the emperor." Xiaofan slowly closed her eyes. "I just want to protect the Great Barren Kingdom." Huang Jing looked at Xiaofan. "I know. Not only me, but my father also knows. That is why he gave you that sword." "The throne?" The 3 emperors of the Great Barren Kingdom were all heroes, but they trusted Xiaofan unreservedly. Arrow became the war god of the Great Barren Kingdom not only because of her strength, but also because of the unreservedly trust of the 3 emperors. In fact, not many people knew that the invincible Arrow, who had dominated an entire era, was actually an orphan picked up by one of the Great Barren Kingdom's emperors. The emperor raised her, trained her, and treated her like his own daughter. No one in the Great Desolate Country would have thought that this orphan would become the war god of the Great Desolate Country in the future. It was also because of Arrow that the Great Desolate Country became unprecedentedly powerful and almost unified the universe. If not for the 5th dimension tribulation, no one in that era would have been able to stop Arrow's footsteps. It could be said that if Arrow wanted to be the emperor, no one in the Great Desolate Kingdom could stop him. However, she did not do so. Therefore, as long as the emperor of the Kingdom of Great Desolation wasn't stupid, he wouldn't suspect or be jealous of Arrow. Meanwhile, Xiaofan looked up at Yi Xian who was in the pavilion. Let him comprehend in peace. Don't let anyone disturb him. I'll go see that woman. Huang Jing nodded. All right. Xiaofan turned around and left. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and she stopped and said, "This time, we still have no way out." With that, she disappeared into the distance. Huang Jing remained silent. In the past, when the great desolate country faced the fifth dimension tribulation, there was no way out. And in that battle, the entire great desolate kingdom was torn apart. This time, the great desolate kingdom had no way out. Endless City, Tendo's pawn shop. Little Daoist was lying on the counter, sleeping soundly. The pawn shop was very quiet, and very few people came here. At this moment, Xiao Dao, who was lying on the counter, suddenly raised his head. At the door stood a little girl. Arrow. Xiao Dao smiled. Should I call you Xiaofan or Arrow? Xiaofan said, Arrow. She paused for a moment and said, the name Xiaofan only belongs to him. Xiao Dao blinked. It seems like you still have feelings for that human. Xiaofan walked to the front of the counter and looked at Xiao Dao. You asked him to go to the great desolate kingdom. Because of me. Xiao Dao smiled. Because of you. Xiaofan looked at Xiao Dao. Who exactly are you? Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled. Arrow, you have to pay for this question. Xiaofan was silent. Xiao Dao suddenly said, however, I can tell you one thing for free. That is, all encounters are fated, but also because of human interference. Hearing this, Xiaofan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Xiao Dao said with a smile, actually, you are very clear about this. If I'm not wrong, after you awakened, you wanted to kill Yi Xian, right? Xiaofan was silent. The little Daoist chuckled and said, you've been schemed against. And after you recovered your memory, you discovered this, so you wanted to kill him. However, I don't know why, but you gave up on killing him. Xiaofan was expressionless. Your Excellency knows a lot. Xiao Dao smiled and said, the person who schemed against you is very powerful. Don't be too angry, he doesn't have any evil intentions. Moreover, his move is 30% planning and 70% heaven's will. You and Yi Xian know each other and have such a good relationship, so it is mostly heaven's will. Of course, I know that experts of your level don't care about heaven's will, but in these countless years, no one has been able to escape from it. As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and then she pointed upwards and said, it's better to revere the heavens. Xiaofan looked at Xiao Dao. What does he want to do? Xiao Dao smiled. His plan is very big. Xiaofan frowned. Fight against the fifth dimension? Xiao Dao shook his head. You are underestimating him too much. It's impossible for him to make such a big move just to fight against the fifth dimension. Xiaofan said in a deep voice, what is the cause of this tribulation? No one knew why the fifth dimension tribulation would appear, or how it appeared. Even Arrow, who had fought against the fifth dimension, didn't know. He only knew that every time a fifth dimension appeared, an era would disappear. Xiao Dao shook his head and didn't say anything. Xiaofan looked at Xiao Dao, waiting for his answer. After a moment, Xiao Dao said softly, tribulation comes from the heart. Rather than calling it a fifth dimension tribulation, it's better to call it a tribulation of all living beings. As for other things, it's not convenient for me to say. If I say too much, you will think that I'm against humanity and all living beings. Therefore, I will speak less. Xiaofan was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. Is there anything else you want to ask? As long as it's not something special, I can answer you. Just treat it as a chat. After all, I still have to give Ah Luo some face. Xiaofan looked at Xiao Dao. That Tendo pen, why did it recognize him as its master? The smile on Xiao Dao's face suddenly froze. Tendo pen. That was an ancient supreme godly weapon. Even Yi Xian's executing heaven sword couldn't compare to it. Although ordinary swords were of the highest level, ordinary swords couldn't be used by ordinary people. Only its master could bring out the true power of an ordinary sword. Therefore, in terms of practicality, a treasure like the Tendo pen was definitely more valuable. After a moment, Xiao Dao said calmly, that pen didn't recognize him as its master. Xiaofan said, what do you mean? Xiao Dao was expressionless. Can we change to a happier topic? Xiaofan nodded. One last question, were you tricked? Hearing this, Xiao Dao squinted his eyes. Xiaofan didn't say anything else and left. In the pawn shop, only Xiao Dao was left. After a moment, Xiao Dao shook his head with a smile and went back to sleep. In the pavilion, Yi Xian was sitting on the ground. He was at a loss. Xiaofan's intention was obvious. She wanted to help him comprehend ordinary swords. How could one become an ordinary sword? He had been comprehending here for 2 hours, but he had gained nothing. He couldn't ask anyone else about this. No one could help him. By the lake, Yi Xian looked at the lake below. The lake was very clear, and he could see the bottom of the lake. Deep in the lake, fishes swam by. What Wei Fan? Yi Xian looked at the bottom of the lake and fell into deep thought. Soon, the sky turned dark. Yi Xian was still sitting in the pavilion. There were no stars or moon in the sky, and it was dark. Yi Xian sat quietly. Cold wind blew around him from time to time, and wherever the cold wind passed, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The night passed, and the next morning, the sky was white. Then, a red sun rose slowly. Yi Xian faced the red sun and suddenly smiled. Just like that, days passed. Yi Xian sat in the pavilion, and no one came to disturb him. About half a month later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He stretched and said with a smile, "Senior, I understand." The ninth master said, "Understand what?" Yi Xian opened his right hand, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. Understand what an ordinary sword is. The ninth master said, "Tell me about it." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Actually, an ordinary sword is ordinary and simple. We shouldn't think of it as complicated. To put it simply, it's the law of nature. The ebb and flow of the tide, birth and death, day and night, sunrise and sunset. It's complicated, but also simple. If the heart isn't complicated, the world is simple. If the heart is complicated, the world is complicated." Then, he looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand and said with a smile, "A sword is a sword. How can it be ordinary?" Boom! A powerful sword intent suddenly soared into the sky from Yi Xian's body and went straight into the clouds. At that moment, the entire Great Desolation Kingdom heard a sword chime. A little girl suddenly appeared by the lake. Xiaofan. Not long after Xiaofan appeared, Huang Jing also appeared beside her. Huang Jing looked at the pavilion and said softly, "He succeeded." Xiaofan nodded, as expected. Desolate Jing looked at Little Fan, and Little Fan said, "His heart is too restless. This restlessness will hinder his way of the sword, and it will also cloud his heart of the sword. As long as he sits down and calms his heart, he will understand many things." Huang Jing said, "Why don't we let him stay here?" Xiaofan shook her head, "No." Huang Jing was confused, "Why?" Xiaofan said softly, "He has many things to do, and it's best if the Great Desolation Kingdom doesn't get involved in them." Huang Jing narrowed his eyes, "You mean the karma on him?" Xiaofan nodded. Huang Jing said, "Can't you cut it off?" Xiaofan shook her head and said softly, "I can't, unless I kill him." Huang Jing fell silent. At that moment, Yi Xian appeared before Xiaofan and Huang Jing. Yi Xian said with a smile, "I'm a mortal sword now." Xiaofan shook her head, "Only becoming immortal?" Yi Xian was surprised, "What do you mean?" Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. Mortal swordsmanship is divided into 3 levels: entering the mortal, transcending the mortal, and shedding the mortal. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Am I only becoming immortal?" Xiaofan nodded, "For you, the sword Dao is just the beginning." Yi Xian fell silent. At that moment, Xiaofan suddenly said, "Walk with me, and I'll send you out." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you chasing me away?" Xiaofan shook her head, "This is not your stage. You have to go out and wander. The more you wander, the more you will benefit." Ninth floor said, "She's right. If you can't develop properly, you have to wander." Yi Xian, P.S. Can I request tickets today? Chapter 992. By the Lake. Yi Xian and Xiaofan walked slowly. Xiaofan looked at the surface of the lake and said softly, "The former prophet went to the land of eternal life and left some good karma there. Therefore, as his successor, he obtained some good karma there. However, this boundless underground city is different. He only took a few glances here and left. Therefore, you must be careful here. Although you have comprehended the mortal sword, there are many people you can kill in this place." After saying that, she paused slightly and then said, "The former me was invincible in the world. But now, I can't do it. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." Xiaofan slightly nodded, "It's good that you understand. The experts of different eras gathered in this era. This is definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there are some existences that have never been in contact with before. These people and creatures that should not be in this era have appeared in this era. I believe that in the near future, this world will truly be filled with demons." After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian, "Especially for you, it's very dangerous, do you understand?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Study room?" Xiaofan nodded, "This study room is not simple." Yi Xian took out the world-dimensional study. "Isn't it just a study room left behind by the prophet?" Little Fan glanced at the universal library and said softly, "His strength isn't just because of his strength, it's also because of his understanding of the world. Strictly speaking, he's a scholar. His understanding of the essence of the world is too thorough. This is something that no one in the past has ever done." After saying that, she glanced at Yi Xian. "Back then, I fought against the 5th dimension tribulation head-on. However, my intuition tells me that if he wants to fight against the 5th dimension tribulation, he won't use brute force. He definitely doesn't just want to fight against the 5th dimension tribulation. His schemes are too deep. Moreover, this is an overt scheme that makes the people behind him have no choice but to compromise." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You mean that the prophet is scheming against me?" Xiaofan said, "Don't blame him. It's better to blame yourself than him." Yi Xian did not understand, why. Little Fan thought about it and said, "He's weak." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaofan continued, "No matter what, do not let this study fall into the hands of others." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "A lot of people came to snatch it." Xiaofan said, "Kill." Yi Xian shook his head. "There are a lot of people that I can't beat." Little Fan said, "If there's any danger in the future, come here. With me here, no one can kill you." Yi Xian looked at Xiaofan. "Thank you." Xiaofan looked at Yi Xian. "I don't like it when people say thank you to me." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm just being polite." Little Fan smiled. "No matter what, I'm still the same Little Fan and the same thick-skinned young man." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, my skin isn't very thick. Xiaofan blinked and said mischievously, I know, it's not too thick, it's just that ordinary swords can't pierce it. Yi Xian was speechless. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left the Grand Wilderness Kingdom. Xiaofan gazed silently at the direction that Yi Xian had left. Huang Jing said softly, he cares a lot about him. Xiaofan replied softly, because he cares a lot about me. At this moment, the scene of Yi Xian washing her hair appeared in her mind. A short while later, Xiaofan said, I've just recovered my memories, but my strength hasn't fully recovered. I need to go into closed-door cultivation for some time. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Huang Jing fell silent for a moment before he said, close the city gates, open the seal, and go into seclusion. The Grand Wilderness Kingdom wouldn't reappear in the world until Arrow fully recovered his strength. The current era. It wasn't the era of the Grand Wilderness Kingdom anymore. After Yi Xian left the Grand Wilderness Kingdom, he had to admit that he was still slightly reluctant. However, he knew that Xiaofan was Arrow after all, and she had her responsibilities. She couldn't possibly follow him around like a little girl. Fortunately, he could return at any time in the future. After he returned to the boundless city, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. The executing heaven sword was an ordinary sword now. As for his current strength, it had undergone an earth-shattering change. He didn't know what it would become. All he knew was that if he encountered an expert at the level of Di Jun again, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Moreover, if he had all sorts of treasures, he was completely confident that he could crush that expert. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Actually, Senior, I'm quite pitiful as well. Every time my strength improves, I notice that my opponents become stronger. The ninth tower said, it's very normal. The stronger you are, the different people you encounter will be. Yi Xian shook his head. When will it end? The ninth tower said, become like the woman in a plain dress. In that way, you'll realize that everyone else is an ant. If there's a difference, it'll be a big ant and a small ant. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and walked towards the Tendo's pawn shop. On the way, Yi Xian met someone. It was the old woman, Jiu Yin, whom he'd met when he'd first entered. At this moment, Jiu Yin was fighting with an old man. The two of them were fighting fiercely. At this moment, Jiu Yin was suddenly sent flying. When she stopped, she glanced at Yi Xian. This is? Yi Xian smiled. Greetings, Senior. Jiu Yin frowned. Leave this place. Yi Xian looked at the old man in front of her. Who is he? Jiu Yin said solemnly, the withered old man wants my life. Yi Xian asked, why? Jiu Yin said plainly, because of some benefits. At this moment, the withered old man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Outsider. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The withered old man sneered. An outsider sure has guts. Even after coming here, he still dares to walk on the streets. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. You're not convinced? Jiu Yin was stunned. The withered old man was also stunned. The ninth floor laughed out loud. He understood what was going on. Yi Xian had just broken through. If he didn't become arrogant now, when would he become arrogant? The current Yi Xian wanted to be arrogant and arrogant. Otherwise, what was the point of breaking through? At this moment, the withered old man glared at Yi Xian. Who is it? He didn't make a move. Such an arrogant person definitely had the right to be arrogant. Yi Xian said angrily, don't care who I am. Hit me. Jiu Yin was speechless. The withered old man looked at Yi Xian. Who is it? Yi Xian said angrily, if you don't hit me, I'll hit you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Ku Rong's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he swiftly smashed his fist forward. Yi Xian slashed with his sword. Boom! The withered old man was pushed back 300 m by Yi Xian's sword. After he stopped, the withered old man's expression changed drastically. Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand deliberately and didn't say anything. The withered old man glanced at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Mortal. This is a mortal sword. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. You have good taste. This is a mortal sword. The withered old man took a deep look at Yi Xian. He took a glance at Yi Xian and then bowed respectfully. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Yi Xian blinked and said, You're not going to fight? The withered old man hurriedly said, No. I'm not a match for you. Please forgive me if I offended you earlier. Please, I beg you. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the withered old man was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. A mortal sword. My God! This young man is actually a mortal sword. I've actually offended such a great figure. Meanwhile, Yi Xian waved his hand. Let's go. The withered old man felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. He was extremely swift, and he vanished at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, 9 Moons looked at Yi Xian. He's already a mortal sword. Yi Xian nodded. He just arrived. 9 Moons took a deep glance at Yi Xian. Amazing. Yi Xian said with a smile, Sir. 9 Moons suddenly shook his head. I don't deserve that title. Yi Xian smiled. Sir, for me, when I respect a person, I will not respect him because he is strong, nor will I disrespect him because he is not as strong as I am. 9 Moons fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. By the way, I'm going to the Tendo pawn shop. If anything happens, you can look for me there. 9 Moons hesitated for a moment before saying, Have you found Master? Yi Xian said with a smile, I found it. 9 Moons nodded. Take care. Yi Xian grinned. That's true. With that, he turned around and walked into the distance. Behind him, 9 Moons said softly, What a monster. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't go directly to the Tendo pawn shop. Instead, he strolled slowly on the streets. At this moment, he really hoped that someone would come out and cause trouble for him. However, he was disappointed. After strolling for a long time, there wasn't a single person. However, he didn't give up and strolled a few more streets, but still no one came out to cause trouble for him. On the streets. Yi Xian shook his head. How boring. There's not a single opponent. 9 Moons suddenly said, You're a little arrogant. Yi Xian burst out laughing. Are you getting cocky? 9 Moons said, If you really want to find an opponent, I suggest you go to a place. Do you want to go? Yi Xian asked, Where? 9 Moons said, Go and find that man in white and fight him one-on-one. The man in white. Yi Xian sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of him? When I get out, I'll press him to the ground and beat him up. 9 Moons laughed. I'm just laughing. Ha. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian stopped strolling aimlessly. He arrived at the Tendo pawn shop. At this moment, Miss Xiao Dao wasn't in the pawn shop. Yi Xian looked around. Then, he sat behind the counter and said softly, Senior, how powerful do you think Miss Xiao Dao is? 9 Moons said, I can't tell. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a tall and slender woman wearing a bamboo hat walked in at this moment. The woman stood in front of the counter. She opened her palm and a pitch-black storage ring appeared on the counter. Ancient Devil's Wings, pawn. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, The woman frowned. Is there a problem? Yi Xian said with a straight face, No, there's no problem. Then, he picked up the storage ring. 9 moons. Chapter 993. Demonic Wings? Yi Xian opened his storage ring, and a pair of wings soon appeared on the counter. The wings were pitch black, and they exuded a primordial aura of viciousness. Good stuff. The moment he saw the pair of wings, he couldn't stay calm anymore. It was just that the evil qi was too strong. Moreover, apart from the evil qi, he also felt a dark qi. This dark qi made him a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, Is this thing still valuable? Yi Xian looked at the woman and nodded. It's not bad. The woman said, I'd like to exchange something from you. Yi Xian looked at the woman. What is it? The woman said, The other shore saber. The other shore saber? Yi Xian frowned. What the hell was that? Right at this moment, footsteps came from the door. Yi Xian looked at the door, and Xiao Dao walked in. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Why? Are you interested in this line of work? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. I saw that you weren't here, so I took care of them for you. You won't be angry, right? Xiao Dao walked to the counter and looked at Yi Xian with a serious expression. Some things carry great karma, so don't touch them. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Xiao Dao continued, If you understand, then return the Tendo pen to me. Yi Xian blinked. What did you say? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Some things carry great karma, so don't touch them. Yi Xian said with a serious expression, I'm not afraid. Xiao Dao, karma? Afraid of nothing. In any case, Yi Xian didn't care. Moreover, what was the point of caring? What's to come will come. Xiao Dao shook her head and looked at the woman in the bamboo hat. Are you sure you want to exchange for that saber? The bamboo-hatted woman said, Yes. Xiao Dao nodded. She opened her palm, and a strangely shaped blade appeared in front of the woman. The reason why the blade was strange was because it looked like a blade and a sword at the same time. Moreover, the blade looked like a sawtooth. Paramitha blade? Yi Xian carefully sized up the saber, and soon, his expression gradually became solemn. The level of this saber was definitely not inferior to the executing heaven sword. What kind of monster is this Xiao Dao? Anything that this woman casually took out was a heaven-defying existence. The woman picked up her saber and was about to leave when Xiao Dao suddenly said, Mississippi. The woman stopped and looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao faintly smiled and said, Let me remind you that once you exchange this item, you can't go back on your word. The woman nodded. I won't go back on my word. Xiao Dao asked softly, Is it because it can't be suppressed anymore? The woman's hand trembled slightly, and then she nodded. She looked at Xiao Dao and said, Senior, you should know the seriousness of this matter. Please help me. Xiao Dao shook his head. I can't help you, and I won't interfere in the matters of this world. The woman's expression was dim under the bamboo hat. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, But someone can help you. The woman raised her head and looked at Xiao Dao. Who? Xiao Dao pointed at Yi Xian behind the counter. Him. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman turned to look at Yi Xian and shook her head. He's not weak, but he's not strong enough. Yi Xian hurriedly said, yes, I'm not strong enough. No matter what it was, he wouldn't help her. What a joke. Who knew what he would face? This woman casually took out a pair of wings. How could she be a simple woman? Moreover, how could the matter she encountered be simple? Moreover, he was still a little wary of little Taoists. After all, he had cheated him of a Tendo pen. At this moment, Xiao Dao smiled. You won't go even if there are benefits? Yi Xian shook his head. I won't go. I won't go. I won't go even if there are benefits. What benefits? I'm just asking. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You're an ordinary sword now, right? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao continued, but the current you can't fight against that man in white, especially without arrow. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. If you go out now, you'll die for sure. Because the man in white is not the only one who has designs on you. There are some others. Yi Xian asked, who? Xiao Dao smiled. Let's talk about this man in white first. Do you know who this man in white is? Yi Xian said calmly, if I don't pay, will you tell me? Xiao Dao smiled. If you're willing to help her, I'll tell you. I'll also give you 2 benefits. Yi Xian said in a low voice, you're trying to get me killed. Xiao Dao shook his head. There are some things that will happen if someone else does it. But if you do it, it'll be fine because you're not afraid of karma. Yi Xian frowned. Why do you think I'm not afraid? Xiao Dao said, isn't that woman shouldering the karma for you? Yi Xian said in a low voice, then all the more I shouldn't get involved. Xiao Dao shook his head. You're wrong. To her, there's no difference between 1 karma and 10,000 karma. Actually, these karma are nothing to her. It's just that because it involves you, she can't forcefully cut it off. Otherwise, with her strength, these karma can be settled with a single slash. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao smiled. Listen to the benefits I'll give you first. The first benefit is that I can tell you who this man in white is. Even if others know, they won't dare to tell you because his identity is special. Moreover, there are only a few people in this world who know his real identity, and I'm the only one who knows the details. Apart from that, the second benefit is that I'll teach you how to use the Tendo pen so that you can master it. Master the Tendo pen. Yi Xian was instantly tempted. This heavenly Dao brush was completely useless in his hands now. Xiao Dao smiled. If you can master the Tendo pen, you won't feel any pressure fighting that man in white. You might even be able to kill him. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. What's the third benefit? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. I'll help you find an ally. Ally? Yi Xian frowned. Soon, he turned to look at that woman. Her? Xiao Dao nodded. To be precise, it's her and the force behind her. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, will it be dangerous? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, and it'll be very dangerous. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Dao said, but there are many benefits, right? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, if you help, it should be easy to solve, right? Xiao Dao shook her head. You're wrong. If I help, things will only become more complicated. Moreover, I won't help others fight. Yi Xian was puzzled. Then why do you want me to help her? Xiao Dao said softly, just treat it as a good deed. Yi Xian was silent. Do good deed? He naturally didn't believe this woman's nonsense. At this time, Xiao Dao continued, of course, I won't force you. If you are willing, then go. If you are not willing, it's fine. Yi Xian was silent. He hesitated. If he went, the benefits would be very obvious. Just the fact that he could master the Tendo pen already made him very tempted. However, his intuition told him that it wouldn't be a simple matter to help her. Should he risk it? As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Xiao Dao suddenly smiled. Arrow is not by your side anymore. If you don't risk it, who will help you? Or are you going to hide in the four-dimensional universe after you leave? Yi Xian nodded. What you said makes sense. However, I still want to know what I should do to help her. Although the benefits were good, it was useless if he didn't have the life to enjoy it. Xiao Dao smiled. Nothing much. I'm just going to help seal a devil. Yi Xian frowned. What is a devil? Xiao Dao shook her head. It's not a thing. It's a devil. Anyway, it's just like that. If you go, just help seal it. Oh yes, use that sword of yours. Yi Xian was puzzled. What sword? Xiao Dao opened her palm. Shao Qi's sword instantly appeared in her hand. Yi Xian frowned. Use this sword? The little Taoist nodded. This sword has the power of rebirth. It has an extremely strong restraining power against that kind of devil. If you use this sword with the Permitha saber and the others, you should be able to seal that devil for a period of time. Accident? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, will there be any accidents? Xiao Dao smiled. Nothing is absolute, isn't it? Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao shrugged. You can make your decision. Yi Xian said, I'll go. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Xiao Dao smiled. For you, it's not a bad thing. Yi Xian asked, who is that man in white? The little Taoist softly said, he is a Tao protector. During the Cambrian era, there was a mysterious power. This power was the Tao protector. They claimed to be followers of the heavenly Tao, and from their point of view, the fifth dimension tribulation was sent down by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when the people of the world were fighting against the fifth dimension tribulation, they were actually welcoming it. Moreover, they would kill those who joined hands to fight against the fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian frowned. They are that crazy? The little Taoist nodded. They are crazier than you can imagine. This power is extremely powerful. Every time they appear, it is when the fifth dimension tribulation appears. The reason they are targeting you is because they believe that the universal dimensional book house left behind by the Prophet can resist the fifth dimension tribulation. Therefore, they want to destroy the book house instead of obtaining it. Yi Xian said, is the fifth dimension's calamity caused by Tendo? Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled. The fifth dimension's calamity has nothing to do with Tendo. However, since ancient times, almost everyone thinks that it was caused by Tendo. In fact, Tendo is quite innocent. And because of some special reasons, the first Tendo has already fallen asleep in the river of history. The fifth dimension's calamity can't affect him. Thus, he basically doesn't care about the world's matters. No one can find him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, can you find him? Xiao Dao nodded. I can. However, the price is very high. Moreover, there is no need to disturb him. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, one last question. Who else will be my enemy? The little Taoist faintly smiled. They might all be your enemies, because those who want to transcend the fifth dimension tribulation will want your study. And those Tao protectors, in order to safely descend upon the world after transcending the fifth dimension, will also eliminate you. So, congratulations, you really have a lot of enemies. Are you afraid? He was somewhat gloating. Yi Xian suddenly asked, can they beat a plain-dressed woman? Xiao Dao's smile froze. P.S. Brothers, I want to take a vacation. It's the end of the year. I want to have some fun. Is that okay? Chapter 994. Inside the pawn shop, Xiao Dao walked to a small table and sat down. She poured a cup of tea and took a sip, then said, "Yi Xian, you should be very clear about your situation now. Unless you escape to the fourth dimension to seek shelter from that woman, with your current strength, do you think you can survive in front of all these powerful forces?" Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Come, sit down." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, then walked to Xiao Dao and sat down. Xiao Dao looked at the bamboo hat woman not far away. "You also come and sit down." The woman nodded, then sat next to Yi Xian. The three sat around the table. Xiao Dao looked at the two. "Today, I will tell you about the current world and let you know how complicated it is." Yi Xian nodded. "I also want to understand the current world." Xiao Dao looked at the woman. "In the past, your Sheng family would definitely be a top force that no one would dare to provoke. But now, there are many forces stronger than your Sheng family." The woman was silent. Xiao Dao's jade-like hand gently drew a small circle on the table. "First, let's talk about the land of eternal life. It shouldn't be called the land of eternal life, but rather the strange beast scripture. This was created by an eccentric person in the chalk era. I can't tell you the name of this eccentric person, but I can tell you that even in the long river of history, this person can be ranked in the top. He created the strange beast scripture and recorded all the powerful beasts of the chalk era. With this mysterious scripture, he used a cheating method to step over the fifth dimension." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "You've seen the torch dragon, right?" Yi Xian nodded. The little Taoist said softly, "Actually, the torch dragon is not the number one mutated beast in the exotic beast scripture. In the Cretaceous era, there was another mutated beast whose strength was above the torch dragon. However, that extraordinary person did not include it." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What strange beast?" Xiao Dao said calmly, "Exalted goddess. This beast is truly powerful. Even that extraordinary person from back then was unable to subdue it." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Is he still alive?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Still alive?" Yi Xian asked, "Where?" Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "Why? Are you going to fight him one-on-one?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shook his head. "If you were more composed, why would you have only broken through to the common sword realm now?" Yi Xian was a little unconvinced. "I think I'm already a monster." At the side, the woman glanced at Yi Xian. "Are people nowadays all so thick-skinned?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao smiled coquettishly. "Don't misunderstand. It's just him." With that, she said sternly, "Don't give me that cheeky look. If you don't want to hear it, leave with her now." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss, take your time." Xiao Dao nodded. Let's talk about the Cretaceous era first. There were a few more outstanding people in the Cretaceous era, and you've basically met all of them. One of them was the one who taught you the death scripture. This person was quite impressive. Of course, in the long river of history, he was probably just average. There was also that old blacksmith. His forging skills were unparalleled even in the Cambrian era, much less the Cretaceous era. He was a very impressive person. Old blacksmith. Yi Xian nodded. Although he did not know how strong that old man was, his forging skills were indeed ridiculously strong. At this moment, Xiao Dao said, "There was another person in the Cretaceous era that I have to talk about." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" The little Taoist smiled and said, "It's the ninth in your body." Ninth. Hearing this, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao also knows her?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Her strength is much stronger than what you have seen. It can be said that if it was a one-on-one battle, she could be ranked in the top 10 in the long river of history." Yi Xian asked, "What's the ranking of the plain-dressed woman?" The smile on Xiao Dao's face instantly froze. She glared at Yi Xian. Why don't you ask what your ranking is? Yi Xian smiled. I don't mean to be mischievous. I just want to know her strength. Xiao Dao shook her head. I don't want to discuss her with you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. You can ask her how strong she is. She might not even know. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Xiao Dao didn't say anything. She just picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yi Xian wanted to ask more. At this moment, Ninth's voice suddenly sounded. Big brother, you are usually quite smart. Why are you suddenly so stupid? What she means is very simple. The plain-dressed woman has no opponent now. So, no one knows how strong she is. How can you compare her without a reference? Compare her with you? She is invincible. How do you say that? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen. The person in your body is actually not simple. Ninth laughed. Not at all. He is just average. Xiao Dao smiled. You are not average. Yi Xian asked hurriedly. Tell me about him. Xiao Dao shook her head. He is right here. How can I talk about him? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then you can talk about me. I don't mind. They say that I have a lot of karma. What kind of karma is it? Xiao Dao asked. Do you care about karma? Yi Xian thought about it and shook her head. I don't think so. Xiao Dao said indifferently, that's right. Since you don't care about it, what do you know about it? Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, do you know what your biggest weakness is? Yi Xian said solemnly, what is it? Xiao Daoist looked at Yi Xian. It's just that your heart isn't calm enough. If A Luo hadn't asked you to comprehend this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have reached the level of an ordinary sword. With your personality, you wouldn't be able to calm down at all. If you look at the world with kindness, the world is beautiful. If you look at the world with disgust, the world is full of evil. If you look at the world with a normal heart, everything will be calm. What kind of heart is very important. Yi Xian said, what kind of heart do I have? Xiao Dao said indifferently, impetuous. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao asked, not convinced. Yi Xian shook her head. I am convinced. Xiao Dao nodded. However, it's understandable. After all, you're still young. It's impossible for you to be like those old monsters, who take things slowly. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Miss Xiao Dao, please continue. Xiao Dao nodded and said, let's talk about that ninth. Actually, she wasn't from the Cretaceous era. She appeared in the Cambrian era. At that time, she almost destroyed the human race. Destroyed the human race. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. That woman really did such a thing. Xiao Dao said softly, although she hates humans, she doesn't hate other living beings. This makes me a little puzzled. Besides that, there's something strange about her. That is, she would fall into a deep sleep every once in a while. Yi Xian hurriedly said, yes, she ran out of battery. She might need to charge it. Miss Xiao Dao, do you know how to charge it? Xiao Dao said indifferently, I'm not done yet. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. You continue. Xiao Dao nodded. This ninth miss has a very mysterious origin. It's as if she appeared out of thin air in this universe. No one knows her true origin. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, you don't know either? Xiao Dao smiled. As long as I want to, I can know. However, I don't want to investigate her. I'm not like some people who aren't very strong, but are curious about everything. Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman must still be holding a grudge against Tendo's pen. Xiao Dao said again, the Cretaceous era is more powerful than the ones I just mentioned. Now, let's talk about the Cambrian era. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Arrow. Xiao Dao nodded. The undefeatable Arrow is an iconic character of the Cambrian era. She indeed has this qualification. Back then, she led her god of war army to fight against the fifth dimension. It was truly heroic. That god of war army, in any era, is a top existence. Unfortunately, she had still failed back then. However, it's not a complete failure. After all, she protected the majority of the people of the Great Wilderness Kingdom. In the face of that catastrophe, it's already very rare. Saying so, she paused for a while before continuing. In the Cambrian era, there were still some proud sons and daughters of the heavens. However, these people were overshadowed by Arrow. Yi Xian said, the people of this endless underground city are all from the Cambrian era? Xiao Dao shook her head. Not exactly. This place is actually a teleportation array. It can teleport to many places. Simply put, this is the intersection of the universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The infinite realms? The little Taoist faintly smiled. The five-dimensional universe is actually very, very big. Within this universe, there are many smaller universes. Simply put, it is the myriad realms, and this place is the intersection of the myriad realms. Therefore, the forces in this place are very complicated. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, does the fifth dimension target all places? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. When the fifth dimension arrives, all universes will be baptized. Other than those spirits, everything else will be erased. Of course, some people who are so powerful that they can't be defeated will also survive. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Why do you know so much? Xiao Dao smiled. I can't answer this question. Yi Xian shook his head. To be honest, he was really curious about this Xiao Dao's identity. This woman was too mysterious. Xiao Dao continued. The strange beasts of the Cretaceous era have reappeared. The arrow of the Cambrian era has reappeared. Now, the demons of the ancient era are also stirring. In addition, the Tao protectors have reappeared. As she spoke, she looked at the direction of the nothingness dimension and said softly, I'm afraid there will be some movement in the nothingness dimension. Yi Xian asked, what kind of place is the nothingness dimension? Xiao Dao said softly, a group of people resting there. Saying this, she suddenly shook her head. Let's not talk about that place. I told you so much because I want to tell you that the experts of many eras have gathered in this era. And all of this. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. All of this will revolve around you. More accurately, it will revolve around your study room. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, can I open the study room now? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Dao said, if you dare open it, you will die. Chapter 995. Death. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, why? Xiao Dao spoke indifferently, because the things in the study room are things that no one in this world can refuse. Even I want them. Of course, I'll use another method to obtain them. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, what exactly is in there? Xiao Dao shook her head, it's better if you don't know. Now, if you don't open it, then no one dares to do anything, and they're all watching. If you open it, then they won't. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. Xiao Dao spoke softly, actually, you really have to thank that woman in a plain dress for being able to live until now. If it wasn't for her, I would have schemed against you. Of course, I'm scheming against you now as well, but in a different way. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Xiao Dao, you're quite straightforward. Xiao Dao chuckled, everyone in the world is here for the sake of profit. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. Xiao Dao stood up, it's time for you to leave. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, what about the Tendo brush? Xiao Dao smiled, and then she opened her palm, and the Tendo brush appeared in her hand. A trace of a complicated expression flashed through Xiao Dao's eyes as she looked at the Tendo brush. Actually, I really shouldn't have given it to you. Yi Xian's face darkened. Is she going back on her word? As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Xiao Dao chuckled, don't worry. Since I've given it to you, I won't go back on my word. As soon as she finished speaking, she sized up the Tendo brush in her hand, and then she gently stroked the Tendo brush before passing it to Yi Xian. I've temporarily sealed the Tendo will within the Tendo brush. It's completely blank now, and you can use it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, is that all? Xiao Dao nodded. It's done. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the Tendo brush trembled violently. In the end, it turned into a black light and entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. At this time, Xiao Dao's voice sounded in his mind, remember, this Tendo pen is not an ordinary divine item. Once it is activated, it will destroy the world. Don't activate it unless you have no other choice. Otherwise, with your current strength, you might not be able to withstand its power. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Dao. How powerful is it? Xiao Dao said indifferently, you will know when you activate it in the future. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. Understood. Xiao Dao smiled and said, go. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the woman beside him. How should I address you, young lady? The woman said in a deep voice, Sacred Curtain. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Sacred Curtain, let's go. Sacred Curtain nodded slightly. Please follow me. Then, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. When he reached the door, Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look at Xiao Daoist. Miss Xiao Daoist, I will definitely be in danger if I go there. Can you lend me some life-saving equipment? I promise I will return it. Xiao Dao said indifferently, are you sure you will return it? Yi Xian said seriously, yes. Xiao Dao said expressionlessly, get lost now. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman doesn't believe me? He wanted to say something else, but Xiao Dao said suddenly, if you don't get lost, I will take back the Tendo brush. Yi Xian turned around and left. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. What a joker. On the street, Yi Xian looked at the woman beside him. Miss Sacred Curtain, is that devil very dangerous? Sacred Curtain nodded. Very dangerous. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, how dangerous? Sacred Curtain said softly, if it comes out. I don't know what to say. Anyway, it is very dangerous. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. Miss Xiao Dao must have a reason for asking you to come with me. I trust her and you. This time, we will be able to seal that devil again. Yi Xian nodded. I will try my best. Since he had received benefits from Xiao Dao, he must try his best. Soon, Sacred Curtain brought Yi Xian to a small house. There was a teleportation device in the house. She led Yi Xian into the teleportation device. Soon, she and Yi Xian disappeared from the house. Not long after they disappeared, a man in a black robe appeared in front of the house. Just when the man in a black robe was about to enter, a voice came from behind him. Go in and try. The man in a black robe turned around and saw a woman standing not far behind him. It was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at the man in a black robe. Scram! The man in a black robe said in a deep voice, we are not targeting you. Xiao Dao said with a smile, I know. But you still have to scram. The man in a black robe said, didn't you say that you would not care about worldly affairs? Xiao Dao nodded. I did say so. But you can't touch him now because he is working for me. The man in a black robe was silent. At this moment, the man in a black robe suddenly started to burn. The man in a black robe was shocked. He quickly bowed respectfully. Sir, I will leave right away. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. Xiao Dao was silent for a while and shook his head. What a troublesome guy. Doesn't that woman in a plain dress find it troublesome? After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian suddenly felt that he had stopped. He opened his eyes. At this moment, he was on a grassland. The sky was gray and there was an oppressive feeling. He was surrounded by a boundless grassland. Beside him was Sheng Lian. Sheng Lian said, Young Master Yi, follow me. Yi Xian nodded and followed Sheng Lian into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian asked, Miss Sheng Lian, has your Sheng family been in charge of sealing that devil? Sheng Lian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but Sheng Lian suddenly said, We have arrived. Yi Xian looked up. There was a high castle not far away. On top of the castle, there was a huge runic array. This runic array was like a disc floating above the castle. Seeing this runic array, Yi Xian frowned slightly. This runic array was extremely mysterious. It was very different from the rune Dao he had come into contact with. Was the rune Dao so developed in ancient times? At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared in front of Sheng Lian and Yi Xian. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Sheng Lian and said, Your Highness Sheng Lian, who is he? Sheng Lian said, He is here to help. Help? The young man was stunned. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. Then, he said, Your Highness Sheng Lian, are you joking? Sheng Lian suddenly said, Get out of the way. The young man said in a deep voice, You know that outsiders are not allowed to enter Saint Castle. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. The young man suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, Is it funny? Yi Xian stepped forward and raised his hand to slap the young man. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Yi Xian looked at Sheng Lian and was about to speak. Sheng Lian suddenly said, Well done. Yi Xian smiled, Aren't you angry? Sheng Lian shook her head, He deserved it. At this moment, the young man in the distance suddenly crawled up from the ground. After being stunned for a moment, his expression immediately turned ferocious. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Just as he was about to attack, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man hurriedly said, Grand Elder. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, Take him away and put him in confinement for 3 months. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 experts in embroidered robes appeared behind the young man. The young man was stunned, and then he had a puzzled expression on his face. Grand Elder, why? The old man glanced at the young man, He has already shown mercy. The young man roared furiously, I refuse to accept this. Grand Elder, why are you locking me up for an outsider? The Grand Elder suddenly said, Lock him up for half a year. The young man stared fixedly at the Grand Elder and roared furiously, I refuse to accept this. The Grand Elder frowned slightly. At this moment, another voice resounded from the side, It's me, I refuse to accept this as well. Yi Xian looked over. Not far away, an old man in a black robe was walking over slowly. The young man looked at the black-robed old man and said in a deep voice, Second Elder, please seek justice for me. The Second Elder smiled, Don't worry. Although the Holy Lord is still in closed-door cultivation, not everyone in the Sheng family can cover the sky with one hand. After that, he looked at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, why are you suppressing your own disciple for an outsider? The Grand Elder's face was expressionless. Second Elder, are you going to argue with me in front of an outsider today? The Second Elder sneered, argue? Grand Elder, I want to know why you are punishing your own disciple for an outsider? At this moment, Sheng Lian suddenly said, he is not an outsider. The Second Elder looked at Sheng Lian and said coldly, not an outsider? Are you saying he is one of us? Sheng Lian frowned slightly. Second uncle, don't be unreasonable. He is, making trouble out of nothing? The Second Elder sneered, why? Even you are siding with an outsider? Just as Sheng Lian was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly smiled, it seems that the Sheng family does not welcome me. Since I am not welcome, I will leave. Goodbye. After that, he turned around and ran away. At this moment, he was very happy in his heart. He had come here to help because Xiao Dao had given him a great deal of benefits, so it must not be a simple matter. However, this was how he was. If he promised someone something, he would definitely do it. What he did not expect was that the people here did not welcome him. If he left, it would have nothing to do with him. Xiao Dao would definitely not blame him for this. Run away quickly. At this moment, Sheng Lian suddenly grabbed Yi Xian, don't go. Yi Xian laughed bitterly, Miss Sheng Lian, let go of me. Look, your clansmen do not welcome me. Since they do not welcome me, then I definitely can't stay here. Let go of me. I want to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with the intention of breaking free from Sheng Lian's grasp. However, Sheng Lian held tightly onto his arm, no, you can't leave. Trying to leave? Suddenly, the Second Elder laughed coldly, do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Someone is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of mysterious experts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Yi Xian blinked when he saw this, and then he suddenly broke free from Sheng Lian's grasp and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Down below, the Second Elder frowned slightly. With a wave of his right hand, a beam of white light shot towards the sky. In the sky, Yi Xian was just about to bring out the candle dragon armor, but he seemed to have thought of something. He did not bring out the candle dragon armor and allowed the beam of white light to strike his head. Bang! Yi Xian was struck by the ray of white light, but he didn't descend to the ground, and he instantly vanished into the horizon. A trace of bewilderment flashed through the Second Elder's eyes when he witnessed this scene. He was just about to attack when Sheng Lian suddenly said, he's one of Miss Xiao Dao's people. Hearing this, the Second Elder was stunned. The Grand Elder swiftly turned to look at Sheng Lian, and he spoke with a trembling voice, one of Miss Xiao Dao's people? Sheng Lian nodded. The Second Elder's face instantly turned ghastly pale, we're finished. Inside the Heaven's Path pawnshop, the little Taoist was reading an ancient book with great interest. At this moment, a man rushed in. Xiao Dao was stunned when he saw Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood, and he looked extremely terrifying. Yi Xian hurriedly ran over to Xiao Dao and wailed, Miss Xiao Dao, they want to kill me. Xiao Dao was speechless. P.S. When I asked for leave yesterday, many readers said that it was fine. I was so gratified. Thank you. I can have some fun. Chapter 996. Xiao Dao sized up Yi Xian and asked, what's going on? Yi Xian wiped the blood off his face. But this time, there was more blood. Yi Xian angrily said, the Sheng family doesn't welcome me at all. They want to kill me. Hearing this, the little Taoist frowned, kill you? Are you sure? Yi Xian pointed at his body. Miss Xiao Dao, how could this be fake? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian's expression didn't change. Miss Xiao Dao, do you think I'm lying to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Xiao Dao asked, did you say that I asked you to go? Yi Xian angrily said, I didn't have time to say anything before they attacked. They said that the Sheng family doesn't welcome outsiders. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I might not be able to see you again. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, I don't really believe you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Xiao Dao, am I that unbearable in your heart? Xiao Dao said, let's go. I'll go with you to the Sheng family. Yi Xian quickly shook his head. No, I won't go. They want to beat me up. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. If they really do that, I'll help you vent your anger. Yi Xian curled his lips. You're not helping them fight. What's there to vent? Xiao Dao shook her head. That devil's matter is not a small matter. Then she got up. The next second, she and Yi Xian disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, Yi Xian and Xiao Dao were already in front of the Sheng family's castle. At this time, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Sheng Lian appeared in front of Yi Xian and Xiao Dao. The Grand Elder and Second Elder's expressions changed greatly when they saw Xiao Dao, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at the two of them, his face expressionless. Who attacked him? Hearing this, the Second Elder's expression became somewhat unsightly. He said with a trembling voice, Miss Xiao Dao, this is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. The old man doesn't know he's your subordinate. If he knew, Xiao Dao suddenly waved his hand, stop, stop. I'm not interested in discussing this with you. With that, she looked at Saint Castle and sneered, then turned to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian was stunned. She's leaving just like that? Yi Xian intended to say something, but Xiao Dao and his body had become ethereal. Suddenly, a voice resounded from within Saint Castle. Senior Xiao Dao, please wait. Immediately after that, a middle-aged man appeared here. It was the Holy Lord of the Sheng family, Sheng Tian. However, Xiao Dao didn't stop at all, and she and Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Sheng Tian was stunned when he saw this, and then his expression became extremely unsightly. A short while later, he turned around to look at the Grand Elder and Second Elder. Idiots! Both of them lowered their heads slightly and didn't dare to speak. Sheng Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. It's fine if the two of you fight each other, but you actually dared to fight outside? How stupid are the two of you? The Second Elder hesitated for a moment and said, Holy Lord, who exactly is that Miss Xiao Dao? Sheng Tian glanced coldly at the Second Elder. She's someone that my Sheng family can't afford to offend. Do you know that our ancestor knelt outside her pawn shop for an entire month just to ask for her help? He knelt for an entire month. Both the Second Elder and Second Elder were stunned when they heard this. He knelt for an entire month. The ancestor of the Sheng family was a supreme expert in the world all those years ago. He actually knelt to someone? Sheng Tian closed his eyes slowly. I asked Lian, to pawn the demon's wings at her pawn shop because I wanted to ask her to lend us a hand again. Since she sent someone and Lian, here, it's obvious that she's willing to help us again. But I never expected that both of you idiots would actually anger that young man and drive him away. How stupid. He took a deep breath and said, it's my fault as well. She probably got angry because I didn't show myself. The Grand Elder and Second Elder lowered their heads and didn't dare speak. Meanwhile, Sheng Tian suddenly said, did you get the Permitha saber? Sheng Lian nodded, and then she opened her palm and the Permitha saber fell in front of Sheng Tian. Sheng Tian spoke softly, fortunately, I got it. Otherwise, I'd probably have to beg her. Forget about her for now. Let's go seal that demon. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xiao Dao brought Yi Xian back to Tendo's pawn shop. Within the pawn shop, Xiao Dao sat before a table, and she looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you very good at cooking? Make some and try it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. This woman is slightly angry now, so it's best not to provoke her. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to make a table full of dishes. Xiao Dao picked up a piece of lean meat and tasted it, and then she smiled and said, "It's really not bad." Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. "Are you angry?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "I'm not angry at you, I'm just a little emotional." Yi Xian asked, "What are you emotional about?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know what a demon is?" Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Dao smiled. "This demon is actually a little similar to you swordsmen. They are both idealists, and they never hide the evil in their hearts. They will do whatever they want. Of course, there's still an essential difference between swordsmen and demons. Most swordsmen have their own bottom line, but demons don't. The more they release their desires, the more powerful they become. They have no humanity, no morals, no sense of propriety, justice, and honor. They are the most evil of all." As she spoke, she shook her head. "Back then, when the first Holy Lord of the Sacred Tribe came to find me, I initially rejected him because I didn't want to care about the affairs of this world, but he moved me." Yi Xian asked, "How did he move you?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "At first, I thought that there are no pure good people in this world, but I was wrong. In this world, there are pure bad people, and there are pure good people. He came to me for help, not for himself, not for the sacred tribe, but for the countless lives at that time. You can't imagine that such a powerful person actually knelt in front of my door for a whole month." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "He really didn't do it for himself or his family?" Xiao Dao smiled. "Do you think there's anyone who can deceive me?" Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "Probably not." "Deceive this woman?" "There shouldn't be anyone who can deceive this woman." He didn't know how strong this woman was, but in any case, he definitely couldn't beat her. As for this woman's intelligence, from the looks of it, this woman's intelligence isn't low at all. Xiao Dao continued. "This time, when his descendants came to me, I originally wanted to help, but now it seems that this demon is about to come into being." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, you're not a petty person. You chose not to help because of other reasons, right?" Xiao Dao smiled. "How do you know that I'm not a petty person?" Yi Xian said, "Intuition." Xiao Dao shook her head. "Actually, as long as one is alive, happiness is the most important thing. I also do the same, being happy is the most important thing. Of course, there is another reason why I chose not to help, and that is that the current Sacred Lord is no longer the Sacred Lord of the past. The Sacred Lord of the past was unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness, but this one..." As she spoke, she shook her head again. "Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us, let them be." Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, "If that demon comes into being, what will happen?" Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "What are you afraid of? In any case, that demon will definitely not come looking for you first." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Why would they come looking for me? I didn't provoke them." Xiao Dao smiled. "The study room." Yi Xian's face sank. "That can't be." Xiao Dao laughed. "Yi Xian, Yi Xian, do you know that if it wasn't for some reason, would want that study room of yours? It's really not simple, and it's very useful to me." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, if I open the study room in the future, I can give it to you." Xiao Dao shook her head. "Don't promise me anything. In the future, when you know what's inside, say this to me again, and I'll believe you. Now, I won't believe you no matter what you say. Also, don't think of getting anything from me." You're a very crafty person, and I don't want to fall into your trap. Yi Xian, ha. At this time, the person on the 9th floor suddenly laughed. This woman is very insightful. You're definitely trying to get something from her. Yi Xian's face darkened. Senior, am I that kind of person in your mind? The person on the 9th floor said, no, you're 100 times more shameless than I thought. You're the most shameless person I've ever seen, so they all think you're the reincarnation of a prophet, but I don't think so. Even 100 prophets added together can't compare to you. Yi Xian, at this time, Xiao Dao suddenly said, I'm going out for a while, look after the shop for me. Yi Xian quickly said, where is Miss Xiao Dao going? Xiao Dao shrugged, I'm going to do some small things. When I come back, I'll take you to the Milky Way to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, you'll be too unsophisticated. Yi Xian, at this time, just as Xiao Dao was about to leave, Yi Xian quickly said, what if someone comes to pawn something? Xiao Dao waved her hand, do as you see fit. After saying that, she disappeared into the distance, but soon, a voice came from afar, the food is not bad. The food is not bad. Yi Xian shook his head, he looked at the table, and then realized that Xiao Dao had unknowingly finished the food. Yi Xian put away the utensils, looked around, and walked behind the counter. Senior, who do you think this Xiao Dao is? From ancient times until now, there seems to be nothing that she doesn't know. The person on the 9th floor said, I don't know, but one thing is for sure, she's not an ordinary person. Yi Xian said, is she a human? The person on the 9th floor said, I'm not sure. Yi Xian frowned, you're not sure? The person on the 9th floor said, don't worry too much, it's fine as long as she doesn't have any ill intentions towards you for now. Yi Xian nodded, that's true. At this moment, an old man walked in and looked at Yi Xian, where's Miss Xiao Dao? Yi Xian said, she went to do some things, and asked me to look after the shop. The old man was stunned, and then said, young friend, you are? Yi Xian blinked, and then said, I'm Miss Xiao Dao's brother, she just acknowledged me as her brother. The old man, the person on the 9th floor suddenly said, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.